Hello everyone, me Wiseman. Previously on Xenogears, kinda got my ass handed to me by Myong. She's got crazy ether ability. And so I decided to go to Fix Me Up Johnny and actually, you know, focus on ether armor and stuff on my gears. So hopefully this time around it'll be a much better result. Hello to everybody. I'm so glad to see you. I've been missing streaming. A lot of life has been happening, and I just wish it was just like so much, you know, so much happening, and I just wish it would like calm down. You know, like that's just life. Time is like a banana, you know. It's a lot like a banana, you know. It starts to get old and have spots on it, and you know. Where was I going with this metaphor? Anyway. But you know, I can't make really good banana bread out of time, so you know, which is better? Good to see you, Gray Area, Cowbell, Liz, everybody's. It gets all dark and tastes horrible? Yeah, exactly. But you know, another thing to keep in mind is that, you know, you try to, you know, make things better for yourself if you can. Please. Take care of yourself, please. For me, for Wiseman, please. Take care of yourselves. So you can be around me even more and we can play more video games together. You know? Hang out and be homies. By the way, how is the audio balancing? I ended up turning my microphone down a little bit after reviewing past streams. And I turned the desktop audio up a little bit. So you can maybe like hear more of the actual game music better, because I love the music in Xenogears. But right now we're just listening to the Cerberus battle from Devil May Cry 3. Devil May Cry 3 had like my favorite jams of all Devil May Cry. It just nothing just stands up to the music from Devil May Cry 3. That's what I'm talking about. These guys listened to KMFDM and they said yes, you know, we're doing that. We're gonna go with that. Okay, the audio seems okay. I did turn the Winamp down a little bit. Yes, I still use Winamp. You know why I use Winamp, though? You wanna know? Do you wanna know why I use the Winamp still? Because I can play emulated video game music with a plugin, and that makes me life so happy. Like right now, we're just listening to an emulated file of the Cerberus battle, so I just set it to loop infinitely. No, I don't condone any sort of abuse to llamas. I am kind of stuck in the 90s, thanks Cowbell. But I don't really know another media player that lets you emulate so many different game sound fonts. Question mark. You're basically emulating the music. And I love that, because there's a lot of soundtracks that just are not released in full, but now I can listen to that. And if you don't know about that, there's something called Chip Amp, CHIPAMP. You can download it for Winamp. And then you can just go download all the video game music files. This is not illegal yet, so I feel okay telling you guys this. I don't know that there's a law against emulated music, so you know, go do that right now while you still can. All right, there's some things I wanted to go over because I've been reading Perfect Works and I've been just doing my research. There's a few things in Xenogears. Yet, Jinya, okay? So, today, hey, Twitch, twitch.tv, today is August the 19th, 2024, so I'm not saying anything illegal at the moment right now. So, thanks. How you doing, Jinya? I highly recommend ShipAmp, and I'm gonna link you guys to where I get my emulated music. Although they have taken music down, I want you guys to know that they have taken certain musics down. But here you go. Please indulge. Please indulge. Zofar.net/music. And you can get emulated music there that you can play in Winamp after you get ShipAmp. And that's how I play a lot of my video game OSTs through Winamp. And also why this song has gone on for 11 minutes. We can change that. This guy has all the good shit. I remember this site. I never forgot this site. I was like, as soon as I like come across a game and I like the music from it, I try to find it and get it as soon as possible. I do have Xenogears music. Let me find some. Aha! Now this is what I'm talking about right here. Okay, so I wanted to go over some things with you guys. Xenogears is a big, huge game with a lot of stuff to know about. So I pulled up the Xenogears study guide, and this is a guide to translation errors, and I'm going to go over a few of them. Here's some names and terms we can go over that were just mistranslated, and I think both Cowbell and Kyler have brought up a lot of corrections on what Xenogears translation has gotten wrong. Thank you guys. The first one is Alice. The Japanese name is Aruru, is this name of a Sumerian fertility goddess. So just completely got changed to Alice. Alkenshell, which is Bishop Stone's gear, seems to be a misspelling of Arc-en-Ciel, and I'm gonna mispronounce that because it's a French word for rainbow. Why does Stone get to be in a gear that's called Rainbow? Don't know. Anima Relic. The Japanese words say vessel of anima. This word. How do you even say this word? Anyways, it's a misspelling of Anornibi. What is this word? Anyway, German word meaning ancestral heritage. Antitype, the Japanese word says counter existence. Although I think antitype is a pretty good fit for what it means. Aquavi. Perfect Works, it is ASV, which I don't know what that is. Okay, Ave. This is a misspelling of Ave? Or would that be Av? I'm gonna say Av because it's Hebrew. Bledevik is a misspelling of Bredeblik. One of the halls of Asgard. Breuer could be a misspelling of Joseph Breuer. Okay, this is a very common one. Seton is a misspelling of Sheeton. Although let's be real here. What would you think if you just started playing a game when you were a kid, and one of the main characters had a name and it was spelled S-H-I-T-A-N? So I can maybe see why. I can maybe see why that was changed. The Days of Destruction was changed from Days of Collapse. Doc Faye's nickname of Seton, although in Japanese he calls him Sensei and not Doc. Elheim is misspelled. I assumed it too. I was like, you know, it would be Sheeton, but you would spell it in a way that maybe, you know, don't, you know, come on, that's a great name, Jinya, please. The Ethos is actually in Japan. The Ethos is just called the church. Elru, misspelling of Elul, that's the 6th month of the Hebrew calendar. Etraneg is a misspelling of, okay, let me try. Etimnanki, the name of a ziggurat dedicated to Marduk in the city of Babylon in the 6th century BCE. The name means Temple of the Foundation of Heaven and Earth, and is thought to have been influenced by the biblical story of the Tower of Babel. Pretty cool stuff. So that's what they base the capital of Solaris on. Franz the Dolphin. He was originally named Vons. Here's one that I really was like, oh, okay, that makes sense. The geisha key is wrong. The Japanese words say lesser Gosha key, a reference to the lesser key of Solomon. And it's a anonymous 17th century grimoire, also known as the Gosha. So I was like, aha, yes, that makes sense. Gebler. They play a pretty big role in Xenogears. This is a misspelling of Geburah, the 5th of the Sephiroth, the tree of life in Hebrew, meaning strength or power. It does seem weird to me that Gebler has a Hebrew name when there's a lot of German influences in Solaris. I think if this game was released in modern times, they could get away with it, but in the 90s, no one in America would know how to pronounce that. I know, right? That's, I've always thought about that. I was like, you know what, actually, Seton is just fine with me, and I call him Doc anyway, because I love the way that Faye kind of refers to him so respectfully. Graph. This is a misspelling of Graf, which is just Graf without the H. Which may be a reference to Graf Durkheim, a German diplomat and psychotherapist and Zen masters who worked with the baddies. In the story, Graf works with Solaris and who learned and taught Zen in Japan. Graf is also German for Lord. I love that. I love that. That's fantastic. Helmholtz is a misspelling of Helmholtz, a reference to a German physicist, Hermann van Helmholtz, who also inspired the name of the character in Helmholtz Watson in A Brave New World. I haven't read that. It's on my list. If you know Brave New World, maybe you guys can clue me in about what that is? Written against the idea of a futuristic utopia. It's something similar to Solaris and Xenogears. I have been at least interested in getting back into reading. And one thing I want to tell you guys, we're coming up against something, coming up to Krillion soonish, and I will go more into that. You know, someone just had a typo and they're like, yeah, that's right. It can be very difficult considering there's not L's. There's not really L's in Japanese. Correct me if I'm wrong. DMAS would know this, but there's not like L's really. So, and when there's like gratuitous English or German words or something like that they're spelling like phonetically in Japanese, that can often lead to, you know, typos, mistranslations, and stuff like that. Ignis is a misspelling of Ignis, like it's supposed to be Ignis, which is Latin for fire. No surprise there if you play Final Fantasy. Quran, here we go. This is a misspelling of Carl, basically, in reference to, of course, Carl Jung. And I want you guys to know that Car is supposed to be like a god replica. So like their ideal god would be like Carl Jung in Xenogears. Just kidding, but his name is supposed to be Carl. Xenogears was translated by one dude on a crunch, okay? So, give him big credits. Okay. Myong, her name is pronounced and spelled Mion in Japanese, but it is romanized, not romanticized. Please, I'm trying to give you guys accurate information. Okay. Hence the myth about the Mitsubishi Starion being a misspelling of stallion. I have no idea about that. That's news to me, okay? He did better than the Final Fantasy VII guy. I know, right? I'm sorry, but like... I know it must have been a lot, but how many words are in Final Fantasy VII and how many words are in Xenogears? Xenogears is like a large novel. So, anyways, Myong is supposed to mirror Elheim, so it'd be Maya, I believe, just like the same name, but spelled backwards. Nortune, this is a misspelling of Noatun. It's from Norse mythology. I know nothing about that. Let's see. Omnigear, Gear Bara. Now, Bara means something different in Japanese. However, Bara is a Hebrew word meaning to create, manufacture something out of nothing. Normal gears are designated Aza in perfect works, meaning to create, manufacture something out of existing materials. It is a reference to Omnigears being the gears of Genesis. One translator even suggested Genesis Gears as the most appropriate retranslation if it is felt that Gear Bara sounds too odd in English. I think Omnigear is just fine with me, to be honest with you. Rank, of course. Possible misspelling of rank to keep in the theme with the Gebler being named after scientists and physiologists. Or psychologists, I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I'm just like, please let me read the words correctly. Otto Rank was an Austrian psychoanalyst, writer, and therapist, and one of Sigmund Freud's closest colleagues for 20 years. Another possibility is that his name was meant to be Rink, or Rink meaning strong man in Scottish. I can't verify that. I don't know my Scottish. I know Ketchi, and that's it. Rikdo. This is a misspelling of Rikudo, an actual Japanese surname. Rikudo, I think. Rikudo. Forgive me. And congruent with the Japanese name Hyuga. Hyuga. See, if I pronounce it wrong, my brother's gonna like pop out and just like wave his finger at me and be like, no, work on that. The Tims, this is a misspelling of Tammuz, which is the 4th month of the Hebrew calendar. I thought the Tims was intentionally named the Tims, which blew my mind. I should probably put this up on screen so you guys can follow along. Let me get a window capture going on. Here we go. And let me edit this a little bit. I thought it was named after the river too, right? I thought it was intentionally named after the Tims. It just makes sense, right? Let's physically zoom in a little bit more than that, so we can there we go. All right, you guys can see this? Talon, misspelling of throne, a name of the highest order of angels in Christian hierarchy. Thrones, Ophanim, and please correct me if I mispronounce things. I do that a lot, and I do not mind being corrected. I'd like to say words good if possible. They're ranked below Seraphim, but you misspelled below, and Cherubim, but still part of the first sphere of the hierarchy. They're living symbols of God's justice and authority, and have as one of their symbols to the throne. Ouroboros, what could this be? What could this mean? Misspelling of Ouroboros, and we know Wesker can tell you all about that. Vance, who is the fucking narcissist guy in Gebler, he was named Franz in the original, but they gave the name Franz to the dolphin in the Yggdrasil. Don't know why, but possible reference to Franz Omar Fanon, a West Indian psychoanalyst and philosopher. Vanderkam, just a misspelling. Okay. Let's see. This is not helpful to me. Okay, here we go. This is... Dolphin was more important, obviously. The dolphin who likes to record sounds of anything like cows mooing or explosions. Could be anything. Okay, this is not so well known. I knew about it, but I don't really know how much it changes overall, other than like some things were misconstrued as plural when they were not, or possibly not, because how Japanese handles, like, I guess, pronouns. And I'm not getting into all that. Like, that's a whole other thing, and I'm not learned enough in Japanese to tell you guys, so I'm not gonna go there. But what I will say is that because of that, a mistranslation happened in the opening cutscene. It opens with Alpha 1 to Raziel Central. Access confirmed. Initializing fake net. Disconnected. Activating emergency shelter. Denied. Okay, I'm gonna guess fake net has been mostly theorized to be like a VPN. Like, you know, at this point on the ship, Deus is taking over the ship, and they're trying to block its access to it. So they're like, put the VPN up, right? This is future VPN, right? That's what I get from it. In Japanese, it says confirmed access from Alpha 1 to Central Cyberbrain Raziel. I like Cyberbrain. Fake network deployment avoided. Emergency barrier. Executing shielding. It's been rejected. Okay, so they had an emergency barrier after they had this VPN, and then it just bypassed it. It said, "Fuck you guys." Omega 1 they are attacking is here, use of multiplicity is questionable. In Japanese, they say Omega 1 still invading. It isn't stopping. They're not saying they. They're not saying they or them. They're saying it, meaning Deus. There's not like multiple antagonistic, you know, points. It's just Deus overriding their system at this point. This confused me. It's phase space logic is being rewritten. I don't really know what that means. Phase space logic, right? Due to dubbing, some have interpreted the operator as saying autopilot system Deus. Okay. Interference towards independent navigation system Faust has high-speed language. With high-speed language? What? I told you. Jinya, didn't I told you that we were gonna do homework for Xenogears? Because it's important to me that you guys understand it like I understand it. You will do your homework. You will go download Perfect Works right now. And you won't just look at the drawings. You will read everything. Right? Ergo area is increasing. An internal plane is forming. Switching to space displacement mode. Well, that's why I'm helping you out. I am Sensei Wiseman right now. Okay? The original Japanese seems to specify a nuclear reactor core that is missing in the English localization. That's probably important that there's a nuclear reactor core. Magnification of Ergo region. Formation of horizontal plane within the nuclear reactor's core. They were just talking about like displacement mode. I will know if you copied homework. I will know. Reading is fundamental. I wish that I had more time to sit back and read, to be honest with you, but nowadays it's like audiobooks, YouTube. What can I consume while I do other things, and I'm cleaning and I'm up and I'm moving and stuff. Not to complain about that. Honestly, you know, it's part of life. Dishes are there, laundry is there, but that's fine because, you know, the stuff, if it works, then I'm happy about it. You know what I mean? Like if the sink works and the dishwasher works and the laundry stuff works, you know, the dryer works, I'm happy, you know. I have no clue what a horizontal plane is. Look it up. Most of the results in Chinese referring to literal horizontal planes, ground planes, or even the horizon. I'm sure it's just technobabble. And of course he says, damn, so they're planning on attacking. And of course the usage of multiplicity is questionable because of the way that, you know, the pronouns work in Japanese. So Japanese says it/they vulgar. How do you say it/they vulgar in Japanese? Intend to invade like this. And of course the it they is referring to Deus. My dryer doesn't work. I'm so sorry, dude. Listen, if you need help with a dryer, if you need help in some way, like, dude, DM me. You can't be going without a dryer. I mean, you can, but it's very fucking annoying. Okay, kanji. I don't know about that. Damn that thing. Is it planning on invading as things are? That damn that thing is a pretty liberal translation due to me knowing who he speaks of. It's a derogative way of referring to a third person, which is what his line says. Okay, enough. We know it's talking about Deus, but in the opening it makes it seem like they're talking about like multiple opponents, multiple antagonistic, you know, things are happening, but it's just Deus doing multiple things to the ship, trying to take it over. So he calls engine room, and he's like, activate the emergency sealing system. Engine room, and then he does not say emergency sealing system. He says emergency brake plug, which the lady, you will see her press the button to eject it, and it's still, and the electricity still flows through it. Like Deus she is like, okay, we're gonna stop this manually by dislocating the plug that connects this, and guess what? It doesn't matter. Deus overrides that too. This is an emergency. Level 1 start. Omega restarted. Alpha 1 genome restructuring. Now, how's the Alpha 1 genome restructuring? I don't know. They're confirming exon replacement, and this is like DNA talk that I can't really elaborate on because I'm not, like, you know, 2000 IQ, but I'm just trying to walk you through it as I know it. Are they trying to recode the DNA of Deus to make it stop? Maybe. It does seem like they're doing something like that. Base code 85 million, 100 million. Its speed is overwhelming. So what speed is this? Is this like my megabytes per second that Deus is taking over the ship? That's what I assume. Alpha to Raziel Central. And remember, Raziel is that giant, huge fucking computer that was in the Eldritch, which was called Mahanan. It's suspected to be a floating island, but it's literally just the bridge of the Eldritch. And no, we don't know how it exploded. It self-destructed, and yet it still is there somehow. It's still there. Did it reconstruct itself? I don't know. I don't think so. Contamination is spreading widely. This is why I say, basically, Deus acted as a virus throughout the whole ship. So, cut the cables manually. That's when they boot the plug. And no good, nothing happened is when Deus is still sending. Basically, Deus is still sending the electricity through the tubes, even though they pulled the plug out. Do you know what I'm talking about? He's still making it connect. Omega 1, they are attacking. We can't stop it. 98% of our weapons have been taken over. This is all the same. This is all the same. This is all the same. You shall be as gods is the same. He says, evacuate the passengers. Okay, but... Still, we don't know how the Eldritch has survived a self-destruct. And you thought we were done? No, you're wrong. Here we go now. Part 2. And I hope you're taking notes. Audiobooks are popular for a reason. Yeah, I mean, like, if you get somebody, like... Not if you get so. I'm gonna say if the audiobook is good and it's not just like some AI and it's well read, it's well paced and all that stuff. One audiobook that I did read, quote unquote, was an AI, and I was like, okay, I'm starting to be able to tell by the way some of the words are spoken that this is not a person saying this. This is clearly like an AI robot thing. And that book was, what was it? What was that book? It was one of my fucking therapy books. The Body Keeps the Score, that's the name of it. And I do recommend it. It's kind of a difficult read because it just kind of, it goes deep into trauma affecting people and stuff like that, but it's honestly a pretty good read. But I think I might just get the physical copy of that sometime. And another audiobook, that it was a while back. It was like a year ago when I was like, okay, I'm definitely streaming Xenogears. Krillion. This name is a misspelling of Corellian. This is Tetsuya Takahashi's favorite character from the book Childhood's End by Arthur C. Clarke. I actually did read that as far as like audiobook goes. It is very interesting and strange, but I mean, I think I could recommend to read it at least once. I can see why this is one of his favorite books and also very influential to Xenogears. I can definitely Exons are a gene thing. Apparently, it's part of the gene that can that forms the RNA molecule for any gene. RNA can determine gene expression and biological function of cells. So, do you think they were trying to change the exons to make it stop? Like, they were like, oh shit, Deus is... it's acting on its own. How do we neutralize this? And they just tried fucking everything, and nothing worked. That's the idea that I get. Like, they were down to, we need to alter the gene expression. You know? That's what I get out of it. Not feeling good. I'm so sorry. I was gonna ask you if you could help me with some of this Japanese, but I just hope you feel better. It's been rough, man. And if you need something, just let me know. DMAS, major props to you. DMAS has always been just an amazing friend, amazing good person to me, despite, you know, the preambles. I'm just kidding. Please feel better. Gene splicing to kill God. Okay, we're gonna go. Why is this why is Kabbalah misspelled? Don't think about it too hard. Okay. It's not Sephiroth again, although Sephiroth is named after Sephiroth. It's a Hebrew concept from the spiritual world, consisted of 10 spheres. The Zephirot. Zephirot is a term related to a Hebrew word sapphire, loosely translated as sapphire. I'm not sure how accurate that is, so we're just gonna let that be. The Zohar. This is gonna be very important, so we have to go over it. I'm sorry. Please, take notes. No, I didn't say that, Jinya. Did I say that? Don't distract me. Don't distract me with your distractions. The Zohar is more than just a yellow block floating here and there in Xenogears. In fact, the Zohar is the Bible of the Jewish mysticism, Kabbalah, which meant Book of Splendor. This 13th century manuscript was written by Spanish mystic. I don't know how legit this is, but we know that this has relation to the Kabbalah. I mean, if you think about it, they're kind of like spheres, kind of, you know. The Zohar, which encompasses the details of Sephiroth and Jewish religion, was written in Aramaic, and it reflects the originality of a mind earnestly probing the mysteries of creation, the relation of God to the world, and the destiny of man. If you finish Xenogears, aren't these topics familiar? Ha! It sure is obvious the author of Xenogears' story is highly influenced by the Jewish scripts and metaphysics. They do reference it a lot, like Merkava and stuff like that. The Yggdrasil. Okay. Dominia. Are they not all different kinds of... These are different kind of angels. The elements are all different kind of angels. The gears. This is interesting to me. Weltall means space in German. Verge is French for virgin. And yes, I do want to point out that after Faye and Ellie hug and kiss and jump on the bed, she doesn't use the verge anymore. I think we know. Oh, steer means bull. Pretty cool. Fenrir. Most people know about Fenrir, right? From Norse mythology. And you know, she does explore pyramids. Whoa, 2000 IQ. Let's see. Hyuga is a Japanese battleship that sunk in World War II? Graph without the H, German word for count or lord, as we have learned. Yggdrasil is a tree of life. Interesting that we also have the tree of life in Hebrew, Sephiroth. Shivat is supposed to be Shabbat. Kislev is accurate. A lot of the towns here, they're named after a month in the Hebrew calendar. It refers to the fourth month. The Tims refers to the fourth month in the Hebrew calendar, Timmuz. So I don't. Again, I thought it was supposed to be called the Tims. Solaris, French for the sun. City that resides in the sky, sees over the happenings of the world. It's quite appropriate. I think we know what Deus is. Merkaba means chariot in Hebrew. In the Kabbalah, many mystics have had visions of a flaming chariot. That brand of mystic is labeled as a follower of Merkaba mysticism, or mysticism of the chariot. On the Merkaba in Xenogears, there was a little symbol consisting of 10 different circles. Those 10 circles were arranged in the pattern of the 10 Sephiroth. And Metatron. I think we see Metatron a lot in a lot of games. The highest and most powerful sphere in the Sephiroth, Metatron is actually the leader of all angels. Supposedly, he is Elohim, one of the first people in the Bible, who instead of dying was taken into heaven and transformed into an angel. And I think that's about it for now. So thank you guys for tuning in to my Xenogears lesson. I saw Metatron yesterday in Dogma. Can you elaborate on that, actually? Let me know if the music is too loud, if my talking is too low or too loud, or anything like that, please, before we continue. I need to make sure things are good, although this song is kind of... Have you not... I've not seen it. I apologize for my transgressions. Put it on the list, please. Maybe we can watch it for movie night, yeah? I'm behind on my Kevin Smith films. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not a real gamer. How can you be a real gamer if you haven't seen all the Kevin Smith movies, right? It's not bad? Oh, I do love this song. It's so ominous. Look at the crescents. Look at all the gear. Wait, I can't rotate the camera. Never mind. Look at how Veltal 2 stomps around. I love it. Well, we can try to schedule it, my dude, so you can make it. I'd love if you'd be able to join for movie night. I'd be like, hell yeah, gray area is logged in. And okay, here is Ramses. He's very pissed off. If only you hadn't been born, Faye. Oh, you did, Jinya? Okay. Where did I put my quack station? There we go. Get out of here. Luckily, we've seen this all before, right? Oh my god. Oh my god, you guys! I have to show you guys this. I'm sorry. Let me, my ADHD in full effect, and I apologize, but I need to show you guys this now because Seven Ender just sent me this. It's all because of you. If only you hadn't come in and destroyed my prospects in life. Fuck you, Faye. I was born in a nanoreactor. I was born to be the superior being above all other humans. This time your body is young. So, this is, Faye's mom. So anyway, Faye's mom is here. And she's like, is this thing in the nanoreactor the one? And I think this is very unnecessary of her to do this. The Emperor's been told it's a prototype for an artificial contact, but actually, it is not. It is actually a clone of Cain. So remember, if you need to brush up on things, Ramses is a clone of Cain. What's its status? It's entered the so-called first growth stage. And it's gonna be several times faster than an ordinary human. So, you know, the super baby method, as Liquid Snake from Metal Gear Solid would say. The super baby method? Human experiments! It is moving, can it hear us? Yes. It already has a will of its own. So after she knows that Ramses, in this fetal form, can hear and understand what they're saying, she goes on to be like, let's get rid of it. We don't need this garbage. My child will be 4 this year and is perfectly suitable for this. There's no mistake, it's a contact. So the contact and the anti-type are born, I'm gonna say every now and then, right? I could go over perfect works. I could go over perfect words too. A corresponding anti-type is, yes, probably already born somewhere. So they're born within, you know, times of each other for reasons. The final one, the last contact, or the final anti-type. I don't know how many more phase there's going to be, so the contact is essentially phase incarnations. Then this thing is worthless. So Ramses, as a fetus, gets to hear them call him trash, worthless, disposable, totally useless. Angry fetus. Haha, chase after it, boy. A love that's unattainable for you, no matter how hard you try to pursue it. This is just... Jinya, how do you clean a door and make it worse? Can you please explain that? Jinya. Okay, also Seven Ender sent me this and I need to show you guys. Wiseman Boulevard? You've heard of Electric Avenue. Get ready for Wiseman Boulevard. Dude, that's my street. GG. Thank you guys. Un segundo, por favor. So I'm guessing Seven Ender was, you know, out and about in the world. There is something world over here. What is that? Wiseman World and Wiseman Boulevard? I don't know. Wait, is this in San Antonio by SeaWorld? Yes, it is. One of my cousins used to live there, and I went there. Yeah, me and Seven Ender and Cowbell, Jinya, and them were all kind of stuck in Texas. Let's just pretend that it's Wiseman World. Oh, what is up, Zan? I almost died because, there's a street in San Antonio, and it's called Wiseman World. Just need to show you that again. Wiseman Boulevard, Wiseman World. Yeah, so there's just, you know, Wiseman Boulevard. Again, you've heard of Electric Avenue, but I think we're gonna rock onto Wiseman Boulevard. Okay, Dominia is trying to get Ramses to chill out because he's just being manipulated by Krillion and everybody's... I saved you from nearly becoming a test subject and now you turn on me? You are mistaken. We are only thinking of your best interest. Silence. Ultimately, only I can help myself. I am the only one that can correct this. No! Oh no, that's pretty painful. Nice. This gear is very strange, and I don't even think this is Ramses's gear. His gear was Wyvern, and then it was Vendetta. Okay, I'm not attacking him when he's doing that, so we'll just restore a little bit more. And again, I did... I went back to Fix Me Up Johnny, and I focused on, like, Ether defense, mostly, because that's what Miyang uses, and she's pretty powerful. Defense down. I don't think so. I guess I'll charge until he's done doing this. Because right now he's in his like counterattack stance. And we do not want to activate that counterattack. See, that is not so bad now that I have Ether defense. Damn it! Totally missed my combo. Son of a bitch. Thought I might have had some defensive. Like a good neighbor, Fix Me Up Johnny is there. He so is. Almost 3,000. Okay, now I'm doing damage. Not sure what happened there. But right now, I think I'm gonna focus on healing and charging, because that opening move he does that reduces everybody's gear HP to 1 is kind of scary. So I need to like recover from that. Okay, he's gonna do this, so I think I can just keep charging for now. Defense down. So I don't know if it's only physical attacks or any kind of attacks like Ether or whatever that he will counter attack to, but I don't want to push it. Oh shit-o! Phase health not looking good. Camera damaged. Oh, it had to be on Faye too, damn it. Son of a bitch. I hate you so much. My camera is damaged, so my accuracy is probably garbage now. Oh no, 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 no! No! Oh my god. Please heal Doc. I hate you so much. I was kind of hoping that would hit for more, being as it's like a bigger spell, I guess. Okay, time for System Id. Shit. Have to heal again. Oof. You know what? Just go for it, Doc. 330. Oh, 3,800. All right, that's what I'm talking about right there. Love that move. 6,500. Let's get the Xenogears over here. Okay, where am I? Faye? No, we need the full fucking screen. Pro streamer. How do I reset the window? I know Faye is on the screen, just his face, and I need to just reset him. Oh my god, thank you. No? He's still fucked up. Faye! Are you okay, Faye? Get over there. Okay, we were probably on the millionth page. I love Windows 11. It works so fast! Even though this is directly, like, on my hard drive and everything. Okay. Fix me up, Johnny. Look, there's the dock. Where the flip? Here he is, here he is, here he is, here he is. Okay. Merkava. Okay. So he does the HP to one thing. Demiser about every 10 turns. Okay, so he's gonna use it again very soon if I don't, like, hurry the fuck up. I should have been using booster this whole time, you guys. I did, thank you, DMAS. Your cooking is so much better than Doc's. I don't know, but if I use booster, then all my fuel is gonna go. And Doc already is low on fuel from needing to. Oh, what? I was expecting this. I was expecting it to be so much harder. I was like, he's gonna use Demiser again. I better open the guide. We have a rice cooker, and I don't talk too much, except if you get me talking about Kingdom Hearts. If only you could talk about Xenogears, though. You gotta run away and pretend to work now? Alright, well, good luck with pretending to work. I wish you the best. What is this place? This is where Carr was born, where his hatred of you was forged. Who's there? And I hope you have a good day, Jinya. That's so helpful, DMAS. Krillion's obsession with crucifying people. I would have liked to been able to commend you for making it here, but your efforts were all in vain. The resurrection of Deus is imminent. Sacrificing the scroll will bring about the awakening of God. What are you talking about? Why does Ellie have to be sacrificed? Ah, there's no need for you to know. For all of you, it will all end here. And it just might if I lose this fucking battle. Oh, I do like the BG override. Okay, let me... Ahem. Adieu, boys. So, hold up. Let me look upon the guide. Nerevar, it seems like we need at least 110 in fuel. How much do I have now? So we're gonna have to do some charging. Especially Doc. Okay, but her move is what I'm terrified of. She has Devastator, Wave 4 Devastator, The damage is directly correlated to the amount of damage Myung receives from your party. So if I keep charging, right, and then I don't hit her until I do, then maybe it won't be so bad, right? Like, I'm gonna see what she's gonna do. Okay. This is every 3 turns, isn't it? Zero. Look at that! Okay, so if that's happening, then I can just keep charging up for a bit, right? That's the idea. Although my gear defense is kind of not going to be so great, but because Doc has gear defense restore, it shouldn't be too much of a problem, actually. Yeah, it does still cut my stats. I was thinking of that, but I was also thinking that Seton has gear defense restore, and he can use it on anybody, thankfully. So, we might be okay. We might actually be okay. Defense down. Ether attack down. So before I start, like, attacking and causing damage to her, I will restore my gear defense, and then I will have 2000 IQ, or maybe OQ. So yeah, this is every 3 rounds, right? Let's see. Increases her defense and attack whenever magic power, party member, blah blah blah. Wave Devastator 4, which returns her defense and magic power to normal levels. I thought this was every 3 turns. This is saying every 5 turns. 2000 OQ. Wiseman Boulevard. We'll all go to Wiseman Boulevard after all of this is done, and we'll have a great time. So at least she can't damage me right now. So, I mean, if she can't damage me, there's no harm in just, you know, charging, right? Like, I'm not gonna super regret. I wanted to show you guys this too. Hold on. So I made this game planner. These are games I hope to stream during these months. Game planner I made, you know, it shows games that I hope to finish during that month. So hopefully I will start and then finish Breath of Fire 2 in September, play Alan Wake in October, in November I want to play Breath of Fire 3, and in December I want to play Final Fantasy 6. Now this is a really 2000 OQ move right here. But I will be updating this as I go. I know 5 months is being generous with my ADHD, but I want to try to commit to it, you know? So we can have games we know that we're looking forward to. And plus I'm really looking forward to playing Breath of Fire 2 and 3. I'm just gonna charge while we look at this. Breath of Fire 2 is not that long of a game. Move that over there. Move this over here so I can see that I'm still charging. Also in October, if they have any more like haunted PlayStation 1 demo discs, I'm probably going to be playing those. As is tradition. Oh, you guys! Another game I want to play for October is that Twin Peaks game. I've been meaning to play it, and I'm like, yeah, I'll probably play it around the Halloween time. Halloween month, you know? I already forgot what the name of the Twin Peaks game is. If you don't play Breath of Fire 2, I'm going to begin the Salad Toss show. No, no, no. No need for that, please. Alright? This move that Myung is using is also reducing my Ether attack power. So I don't know if I have anything that restores Ether attack power. I don't know if Doc has anything that would be okay with that, but honestly, if Emeralda just survives this, then that's all that I want. Pretty short too, only like 30 minutes or so? Damn, I was hoping for like 2 hours or so for the Twin Peaks game. I apologize for the wait, also for this fight while I'm just like charging up. Charging up my fuel resources. You can't see the game? That's okay, because I'm only charging. I am only charging. So I'm just like distracting you guys with other random things, you know, like this. Unfortunately, the Twin Peaks game is basically just a functional demo at this point, so they didn't do a whole lot with it. I'll feel better once my fuel is in like the 2000 era, circa the year 2000. Okay, coffee sounds fantastic. Maybe that's why my brain is like... I only have OQ, I don't have IQ, you know? But you know Wiseman loves coffee, so I'm gonna say on Wiseman Boulevard there's gotta be a few coffee shops. Maybe even like a half-price books, one of the big ones. I would love to go there. Let's think of what we're gonna put on Wiseman Boulevard. So maybe like a Golden Chick could be there too, so we could all have some delicious chicken sandwiches. You're like that one party member that gets a special AP level instead of MP, because why not? I'm only operating on OQ right now. It is a shame. I probably should have had like an entire glass of coffee. Not a cup of coffee, a glass. Before we went over the stuff with the translations and stuff like that. And lest we forget, we also have Big Joe. Where's my Big Joe? There he is! We're almost at 2000 where I will feel safe and okay with life. Maybe start healing up for Ceton so he can use gear defense restore. Ah, the classic. We're almost there. We are almost there. We gotta believe. Because I need enough to fix frame for both Ceton and Faye. Alright, I got my 2,000 fuel. Let's do this. Let's try to restore gear defense on everybody's. God, I hope that worked. Let me see if Doc has anything that can restore Ether. Well, this is just elemental shit. Gear defense up and attack down. Gear attack up and defense down is not what I want, Doc. Okay? What's wrong with you, pal? Since Emeralda has enough fuel, I should probably get her to fix frame. And just try to have her survive, if anything. Just survive, please. Okay, she's maxed out. I still don't have enough fuel to do System Ed for Faye after healing. Okay, I do not wish to make you guys, like, suffer. You know, unlike Cerberus from Devil May Cry, you know. So what I'm gonna do here is, because I need to charge again, and I apologize for that a lot. Like, I'm really sorry. But I'll do it anyway, you know? So here we go. I'm gonna use my time materia, try to speed things up a little bit for you guys. Use the D-pad, Wiseman. It'll help. So how are you guys doing? I didn't realize I would be having to charge this much, but you know. Really wish there was an item that restored your fuel, like extra fuel take item. Maybe a Mega Man fuel tank would be useful in these kind of conditions. I'm sorry, Gray Area. I mean to just get on with this fucking story. I really like the part coming up next, so I'm sad if you're gonna miss it, you know? It's nearly 10 over there? So there's about a 6-hour difference between you and I. Look, I'm just gonna be so happy when this is over with. Oh, right, forgive me. I'm using American time. I'm on that American time type beat. I don't know why we don't use the 24 hours clock. Who knows? You know, our metric system on everything is really questionable. We write in 24-hour clock, but mostly say the time in 12, even when we're reading 24-hour time. Does that ever get confusing to you? Okay. Now it's time to restore the gear defense. Becomes muscle memory. Time for system mid, boy. Okay, if we can keep Doc on, like, getting everybody's defense restored. And try to get Emeralda to survive, because she's maxed out at health. Restore everybody's gear defense. $6,700. Okay, her defense goes up from being attacked, so that kind of sucks. Thank you for the alert, Mr. Ambius. I hope you're having a good day. I hope you all are doing wonderfully today. Ether attack also up. Okay, I'm getting worried about that wave attack she's gonna use. And if I use Ether, does that change her stats? I'm just gonna do a test. Not too bad. Defense up though. Ether attack up also. So it might not be worth it to have Emeralda attack. Okay, that wasn't so bad. Defense down. $6,000. I don't remember how much HP she has. Should I restore? Not get too ahead of myself with this one. Let's just go for it. Ether attack rises up. I'm not feeling so good about that. However, we can do System Id one more time. Let us pray. One step equals one breath. One like equals one prayer. I should probably restore my gear defense soonish. How much does Emeralda attack for? Because it's... What?! Aren't we powerful? Oh my god! I did it! Yes! I was so scared of her. I was like, this fight is fucking terrifying! You've got nothing and nothing's got you. Let us proceed, you guys. Wow. Okay, get ready, you guys. This next part coming up is fucking crazy. One of my favorite parts of the game, actually. And it's pretty fucked up, too, so, please enjoy, you know. Well then, let's start over from the beginning again. You think you can beat me at this time? What the? I thought I defeated you! Unless you can decompose her atomic structure, you don't stand much of a chance. Normal attacks are futile against one who has the ability to regenerate using nanomachines. Okay, you guys, put your seatbelt on. Now the time has come for the Great Awakening. It is our Xenogears. Damn, what's going on? Huh? Hey, is that our Omni? No, that's not it. Is that our anima relics? Is it trying to detach the anima relics from our Xenogears? Deus is swallowing up our anima relics? Hey, give those back. I worked hard for those. Shit. It seems the anima relics have fallen into the hands of the enemy. This is the true meaning of the anima relics. To attain the respective animus and return to the persona. Really kind of butchering Carl Jung here, but you know. The anima relics are really a set of parts that make up Deus, the physical manifestation of God. The anima relics are really sets of parts, okay? So when they come together and they make this God form. I know stream elements, this is an important part. Okay, I'll take a break after, thank you. They regain their original powers or functions by aligning themselves with their destined partner. An Omnigear that has lost its respective anima relic is but a puppet. It becomes a mere vessel or container in which there are no contents. And this girl, too, was destined to become one with God. You see, Elhaim is really one of the parts of God as well. What the hell are you talking about? Put it simply, you serve to help bring all of the parts of God together here for me. You're a bunch of stupid fools. It's as if you're all clowns. You believe the legend of how our world and the universe was created, but the Ministry and I fabricated that very myth a long time ago to suit our purposes. That's a lie! How can that be true? I think you'll find that your friends' Omnigears are all dead, too. I'm talking about your friends who split up and took a different path than you, into this place. They were all parts of God that were disassembled in the past, but once again, are all gathered here. Yes, it is indeed the time for the resurrection of God. What was it all for? Everything that I've done up until now. What the hell are you talking about sums up all of Xenogears pretty well. Thanks, Faye. Ramses? Oh shit, here we go. I might actually encourage you guys to like get a snack or take a break at this moment and so you can come back. What do you guys think about that? Tell me your thoughts. Alright, so DMAS has secured the Coffee Demon position, and I will be indulging in that. So I will be right back, guys. Please get ready for this next part as I BRB. Let me put this up instead. Hold on, James. Can you not? Here we go. I don't need stream starting soon since we're already streaming. But I will be right back, please. Please. Okay guys, sorry about that. I went to quickly eat some chicken and rice that DMass made. Big shout outs to DMass, thank you. So I can eat something before I put a bunch of coffee into my stomach. You know, which is, you know, 2000 OQ. But I hope you guys got a snack or hydrated or, you know, do some stretching. I appreciate it, DMass, I really do. Like, hell yeah. That's my homie DMass right there. But yeah, we recently got a rice cooker and I think you just put the rice in there, you know, when you add the water and it cooks it on its own. It knows when to turn off and it knows when the rice is perfect. I don't know how it works. You know, it's that's some high-tech Solarian type deal. Okay, here comes Ramses. It's just you. What are you doing here, Car? Supposed to be Carl, but you know, whatever. What about me? My existence. What was its purpose? Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this area. So cool. I love this. There was only one purpose to your existence. To eliminate Emperor Cain. Cain's will had become too much like that of humans. He was too concerned about them. We don't care about those humans and what they want. Fuck those humans. So Cain needed to be dealt with. He had forgotten his mission to revive God. That is why you were created. Oops. Forgot to revive God. You were only made to remove our main hindrance, Cain. So it seems like Cain maybe had a change of heart, and I would say maybe talking to Ceton and keeping an eye on Faye maybe made him think, you know, what if I made the world better for humans? What if we actually changed the world to make it better for humans instead of just, you know, using them all to revive God? And I probably need to read Perfect Works to understand that a bit more. But as the original living being, Cain had absolute power. To make you turn on Cain, it was necessary to focus your mind on a single point. However, being an artificial life form, you were mentally unstable. That's right, because apparently Ramses was put on a lot of serotonin. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. That is why we use Faye's existence, resentment. That is the source of your strength. And you have excelled superbly at fulfilling our expectations of you. But we no longer have any more use for you. Haven't you realized that yet? So Ramses was not actually trash this whole time. Myung knew that he wasn't a contact, but in fact a clone of Cain. So Krillion and Myung knew this before they started talking shit in front of Ramses's fetus to make him feel a certain way, to manipulate it. They were doing 4D chess, basically. You're a piece of trash, and being the reject that you are, why don't you just leave? Ha ha ha! What was I born for? What was I living for? A pathetic excuse for a life. Why, you aren't even human! That's what Krillion laughs like. Now, what to do with a lot of you? Well, I can't just kill you all, seeing as you have served me so well. Oh, I'm sad that Gray Area is gonna miss this part. Such a good part of the game. So, as a reward, I'll allow you to be sacrificed too, to be assimilated into Deus along with this girl. Gah! Ramses! Uh-oh. Good. This is how I wanted it, Car. I am fated so as not to be able to kill myself. So that... okay. Okay, she can't... delete IRL. For some reason, she's programmed so she can't delete IRL account. Interesting. But why so? Why would that be like coded into her genes or her Okay. Now all of my wishes have come true thanks to you. Byung. She was like full-time manipulating him. Yes! Kill him too. Faye, sorry we're late. Our Xenogears broke down. Anyway, let's hurry up and save Ellie. Yes, I know. Aw shit, here we go, guys. Hang in there, Ellie. I'm letting you down now. I'm just gonna go ahead and save real quick over here. You didn't see that? You didn't see that? Are you ready? Hey, cutscene. Gah! Faye! Now you hang in there. She took my gun? So while they were getting her down from the cross, after they did that, she took Billy's gun and shot Faye. Why did you do that, Ellie? Ellie? What happened to you? How could you? Don't tell me she's been brainwashed. It has nothing to do with brainwashing. I mean, I may have noticed that her hair is purple now. The majority of my body is comprised of a nanomachine colony, not only for longevity, but also to unify with the mother. So don't be surprised. This much damage can be recovered rather quickly. Unify with the mother? That girl, Elhaim, is our mother. Yes, I am the mother of all humans. Ellie? I loved how in the cutscene the eyes all opened with Ellie standing in front of it. It's just so good. So good. What are you babbling on about? Snap out of it, Ellie! You're as dense as usual, but I don't blame you. So be it. I will explain to you all about it. This Deus, the one you call God, is an interplanetary invasion weapon system that was built in ancient times by humans from another planet. It was created as an automatic weapon which could act upon its own will to take control of a targeted planet. But you should have known this much from looking at the Raziel records. Anyway, during a test run, Deus became uncontrollable, and it released its power and annihilated a whole planet. The creators of Deus found its immeasurable power to be too much of a threat, and hence forcibly shut it down. In order to analyze the cause of the problem, its core was dismantled and placed on an interplanetary immigrant passenger ship to be transported to another planet. Was this the Eldridge? Becoming aware of this, the disassembled Deus resisted. It tried to take over the passenger ship that was transporting it. So this is the opening cutscene she's referring to. However, as a last line of defense against the escape of Deus, its creators unexpectedly destroyed the whole ship, sending it crashing into this planet. Deus knew that it would not be able to get away from the explosion or the imminent impact, so it detached its core from the Zohar power reactor. Zohar? Yes, Zohar. It is what drives all of the gears on this planet. So all the gears are being driven from this Zohar thing. It is the master generator that transmits its energy to the slave generators in our gears. It is also the source of all the ether power that the inhabitants of this planet utilize. So all ether power also comes from the Zohar. By utilizing the energy displacements caused by actualizing potential future phenomenon, this Zohar modifier has the ability to produce infinite amounts of energy. The source of all our ether power? Are you saying all our energy comes from that one power reactor or engine? Yes, but there is more. The core that was detached from Zohar, the biological computer Kadami... How do you say that? Katamoni? We're gonna say Katamoni for now. Crashed on this primitive planet. It activated Persona, its life support plant that can generate organic material. Using this, it prepared itself for a genetic-based system for the day when Deus would be resurrected. Thus, the first humans were created from there, Emperor Cain and the elders of the Gazelle Ministry. Are you saying the Emperor and the Gazelle Geezers were people born from Deus? Do you know why the Gazelle Ministry desired the anima relics and your bodies? Well, here's the reason. Before becoming human, the bodies of the Ministry were once part of the organic elements in the core circuit that made up Deus. There were two types of organic elements. The female type was called anima, while the male type was called animus. Is that true to Young? They were also created with the added ability to become mobile weapons by merging with machinery that was suited for use as terminal interface weapons for Deus. In other words, those Omni-Gears you were using were one form of such weapons. The Ministry, which were Animus, were to become one again with their separated anima at the time of the resurrection of God. But in a war 500 years ago, they all lost their physical bodies. It was then that they decided to extract their own genetic factor from a certain individuals of their human descendants who carried the appropriate sets of DNA. Also, each of them could become one with their respective anima again. Descendants? Then we're all... Yes, you humans are all descendants of Cain and the Gazelle Ministry. They were born from the Persona, gave birth and propagated. They followed their inbuilt program to someday resurrect the heavily damaged Deus. All the people in the world were created solely to resurrect Deus? Okay, that's huge. That is huge. Yes, but it wasn't just to restore its old body. More than half of Deus is constructed of biological parts. Do you remember those mutated humans? Those are all people who were destined to become replacement parts for Deus. We humans are parts for God. That's right, Billy. Yes, almost all the people are destined to become parts for Deus. But you people gathered here are all different. You could say you escaped that destiny by existing through multiple generations. In actuality, there wasn't enough parts for Deus, but Krillian compensated for what was lacking. The reduction in the number of parts was due to humans living through multiple generations. But that deficiency in the human factor was made up by nanomachines created by Krillian. Not only that, but his nanomachines added additional functions. Deus has thus evolved into the perfect weapon. Ellie, what has happened? Why do you know all that? I am Myung, the keeper of time, the representative of our god, Deus. I was born to guide the people toward the path of the resurrection of Deus. That's ridiculous! Myung was just... You're limited in your ability to understand. Myung's factor exists within all women. Now this was really interesting to me. I was like, what? Myung's factor exists within all women. The one who transcends the generations, the caretaker of humans. When the previous one dies, somewhere, another Myung is awakened. It is programmed into all women's DNA to be that way. Who inherits the duty is just a matter of probability, Faye. That Myung over there and I are the same existence. We are all parts of Deus, all caretakers of humans. Let us end this discussion now. Deus has awakened. I am one of the parts that compose Deus. Hence, I must become one with it. Ellie! Why did it have to be you? If Myung is a part of Deus, why did it not happen earlier? Still not enough for her to just have awakened. Although she may be Myung, she still isn't the true Myung. The true Myung? Let's go, Krillian. All that is left to do is to vanquish this planet's civilization and return to how it was. Then I can complete my unification with the final fragment of Deus, the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that fell upon this planet and became our genesis and now our apocalypse. The eradication of civilization? What is the purpose of doing that? Who knows? The creations of God will someday be a hindrance. That is why they must be eliminated. I am just programmed to act in this way. Come, it is time for the awakening of the true mother. Please, wait! Ellie! Farewell, Faye. May you have a peaceful awakening. You didn't miss it yet, Trebi. Wait! Faye! Do not release the system! Ceton, wait! We are only endangering ourselves. Let's get out of here for now. It's just me, Doc. God, the interplanetary invasion weapon Deus had awakened, and its arc, Merkava, was activated. That's the thing that you saw come up out the earth and shoot lasers just now? Deus began to absorb, one after the other, the mutated people destined to be its parts, while the non-mutated would eventually only become a threat to it. To exterminate us and our civilization, it set into action. The planet's surface was devastated by Merkava and the weapons born out from it called the Seraph Angels. Doc is like, man, I gotta sit down for this monologue. While pursuing the newly awakened Deus, we chanced upon Faye, whose whereabouts had hitherto been lost, along with his gear Veltal, discovered together at the place where Merkava was originally located. We were overjoyed by Faye's return, but it was short-lived. For some unknown reason, Faye was found in a state of suspended animation. He did not regain consciousness. People of Shavat and ourselves feared a relapse of its power, and had no choice but to put Faye into carbonite freeze. Your Majesty, why did the people of Shavat fear Faye so much? I think maybe it's because he turned into id and destroyed the entire Solaris. All of it. Even if Graf and id's power are comparable, it is not that we fear him. We fear the error we ourselves committed. And now we are simply trying to put a lid on it. The error that you yourselves committed? Shavat instigated a battle 500 years ago to gain our independence from Solaris. However, we became overcome with the lust for power, fearing the war-torn people's will would no longer be with Shavat, but with the Nissan Mother, and that the people would assemble under Sophia. The Council of Elders of Shavat back then made a deal with Solaris. A deal? Yes. At the time, Solaris, or the Gazelle Ministry to be exact, were at odds with the woman who held the real power behind the scenes. Would that happen to have been Myong? Most probably it was. Fearing the increasing power of the masses assembling in Nissan, the Gazelle Ministry schemed to hand us over to their antagonist, Myong, and promised a division of the rulership over the Earth's surface. But in exchange, we had to give them the rebel army that had assembled in Nissan, and also their patron, Sophia. The leaders of Shavat accepted, and it was decided that Nissan would be the location of the final decisive battle with Solaris. Shavat did not participate in that battle. Thwarted by the awesome numbers of the Solarian army and with their path of retreat cut off, the Nissan rebel army ran out of options and was destroyed. Caught up in the middle of all this was Lacan, Bart's ancestor Roni, myself, and Krillion. You were also there? Yes. Surrounded on all sides, we were prepared to die. And then the rebel force's flagship appeared with Sophia on board. She sacrificed herself so as to create a path for our retreat. Sophia's ship headed straight for the enemy's main ship on a suicide attack. Thanks to Sophia's sacrifice, we were able to survive. However, her death forever changed the fate of two men. Krillion, who followed closely under her as the leader of Nissan Sec's militia, completely lost faith after calling out to a god that would not respond. "I will create God with my own hands," were the last words he uttered before he disappeared. And Lacan? He resented himself for not having the power to do anything while she died in front of him. So he began to search for the legendary power. Legendary power? God's resting place, Mahanan, the source of divine wisdom, Raziel, and the anima relics which were created by that very wisdom. Besides these, there is one more legend. And that is Zohar. Zohar. That has the same name as the Zohar modifier. The power reactor that Myung spoke of, saying it was the infinite energy source of God, Deus. What she claimed is also the source of our ether powers and the driving force of all gears. It would have to be one and the same thing. It is the place that contains the ultimate source of this world's power. It is said that only he who has the correct destiny would be able to discover its location. Losing all faith in humanity, Lacan sought after its power. Lacan became Graf, and the world collapsed. This tragedy happened because of the people's lust for power. I must take part of the responsibility for not having been able to stop it. And now Faye, the one who has the same power as Graf, we just wanted to seal up that dreadful power that arose from our own sinful deeds. Such a lust for revenge. I would say Graf has such a lust for revenge. Graf, the man once known as Lacan, sought after the power of Zohar. The one who has the same power as Graf, Faye. I had this premonition that Faye too would awaken and seek out that power. That presentiment became reality. Where am I? Ooh, I love this part too. Oh my god. Who am I? This is my memory? Ooh, and we got Id's theme going on. Doc. Bart. Rico. Billy. Wiseman. Shoutouts to Wiseman. Graf. Everyone. My memories. I feel like this is an accurate depiction of the inside of your brain, and it's just a bunch of you, right? A bunch of you, and they're all just going mental. Ellie? Mother? Who are you? I'm surprised. That's pretty clever. You are... Id? I misjudged you. I didn't expect you, the fake personality, would create a fourth persona. Fourth persona. He can't feel anything. He's shut up inside your ego. The pressing facts and the truths that you will not face. You're afraid of them, so you desire to completely shut yourself off from the outside world. And so you formed a fourth persona, a fourth Fae. The name doesn't matter. God damn it, Cowbell. I like when John Malkovich entered his own brain and beat John. That movie was a fucking trip. What was that fucking ending? So, anyways. This is more about, like, personas and, personalities. It's not being John Malkovich, okay? He's the one on the stage. He's the one who's in control of our body. But it is a useless form of resistance. Come with me. Wait! What are you doing? He has the key. I merely want to borrow it. I've got to go somewhere. Are you coming too? Okay, so flashback to 500 years ago. This guy looking a lot like Sigurd and Bart? Come on guys, eat up. You haven't been able to get this kind of food around here lately, have you? Well, this is also due to my business savvy. What's wrong, Lacan? You look kinda down. What's bothering you? Are you worried about something? It's nothing. I'm just thinking about painting Sophia. I don't know why I agreed to do her portrait. Sophia? You mean your childhood friend who's now the holy mother of Nissan? She's not really a childhood friend. I just made her acquaintance at the monastery near my home when I was a child. She went to the clinic there for convalescence. She was frail. So, what are you worried about painting her for? She does not wish herself to become a symbol of her sect. Actually, it seems she wasn't interested in having her portrait painted at first. But when she heard I would be the painter, she turned around and agreed. That's what I don't understand. I see. Then she must like you. What are you talking about? That's how women are. Right, Krillion? Hey, Krill. Huh? I was just thinking about nanomachines. What's up? You're not having any? It's ready to eat. Ah, yeah. The Holy Mother of Nissan, huh? What? Are you out to offend divine providence or something, Lacan? Cut it out. It's not like that. I actually like Krillion with the lighter hair. I was just thinking about nanomachines. What card game are you playing next time you zone out? What? You've got to lighten up a little. Those are unfortunate choice of words before what ends up happening. You gotta lighten up a little bit, Lacan. Sophia first showed me that books are the best way to calm the heart. It depends on what you're reading, Krillion. Like, I'm just gonna say, when I read Tender as the Flesh, my heart was not calm. It was just like, what? And now I'm hooked on reading. I'm not trying to brag, but I learned a lot about things I never knew before. Lately, I've been reading this. What is it? Something I borrowed from Melchior. It's about a form of molecular engineering. Nanotechnology. I believe it's a book found in the ancient ruins of the Zeboam civilization. It's a copy of someone's research report, but it's incomplete. Could it be? Wait, we're not there yet. However, we've come across this man's name before, and we're gonna find out who this guy in Zeboam is. I think there were even more wonderful things written in it, but we'll never know now. What's wrong? You don't look so good. Lately, you've seemed melancholy almost every day. Something happened? I don't know. I just can't paint right now. He's got that art block. Sorry, but do you mind if we stop here for today? I see. It's not good to push yourself too hard. Why don't you rest up for a little while? I'll have Krillion take you. Even so, there was a time when I did some pretty vicious things. You have no idea. Krillion from the past, you have no clue. I lashed out at random. Everyone around me feared me, even my friends. I lived a life surrounded by people who all looked at me with fear in their eyes. But she was the only one who wasn't afraid of me. She would just smile. Peace of mind. She was the one that taught me what that was, and how I could receive it. She taught me how to live as a human. What are you doing, Lacan? Oh, it's you, Krillion. I was thinking I'd stop painting the portrait. Why stop now? It's the circumstances. I shouldn't be painting her at a time like this. Eventually, she too must stand at the front lines, so... Is that really the problem? Lacan? Her smile. It's killing me. The more she smiles at me, the more I feel my very being becoming insignificant. Inside my heart, there is this empty existence. Other than painting, I have no worth. Oh man. Ah, that feel, bro. Relatable artist moments. Yet she continues to accept my presence. I feel like I'm getting smaller and smaller. I didn't have this feeling in the beginning. I just wanted to paint her one more minute, one more second longer. I wanted to keep on painting forever, but suddenly I couldn't. As the picture neared completion, the empty part of me started to manifest itself in my brushstrokes. I was meant to be painting her as she really is, but this picture is my own self. My empty self has begun to appear within there. That's why I've got to stop now. Your own self? You're just running away. You can't bear it when she smiles at you. By painting her portrait, you notice the gap between your own inner emptiness and her inner abundance. I appreciate you saying that, Dimas. And you could not fill that gap. That's why you're quitting your painting. You're refusing her. Even so, you still can't bring yourself to leave her, can you? In spite of that, why is it she continues to smile at you? You who can't accept her feelings, you who won't accept her feelings. Tell me why. It should have been me, Krillion. If it was me who was receiving such feelings. Uh-oh. Krillion? It should have been me. You're neglecting yourself too much. Why aren't you kinder to yourself, mistress? That's just how Krillion is, Dimas. Look at him turned away from Lacan. Is this really her true expression? Yeah. To people that don't know her that well, I guess. Her smile. I don't know why. The smile in this picture is somehow different from the one she usually shows us. I realize Lacan's feelings are in there, but I don't think she has ever opened herself up and shown her inner self to others like this before. You've been painting such a beautiful expression of Sophia. I just can't see the reason why you want to stop. Beautiful. Forget it. This picture is anything but beautiful. Lacan, you say you're empty. Then why do you come along with us? What we've been doing up till now are not just acts of mercy. It's a fight for freedom. Time and again you've been through life-threatening situations with us. A man who has nothing in his heart couldn't do that kind of thing, right? Roni, you're giving me too much credit. As long as you do something to keep yourself occupied, you can ignore the hollowness inside. Damn! It's getting real in here. Getting a little too real in here, Faye, Lacan, Krillion. From the beginning, my very existence itself was an emptiness. It wouldn't matter if I were to die right now. You live, you die, that's all. Pessimistic as usual, Lacan. And now you're lying. It is just that you're not good at expressing your own feelings. You're not empty. She knows that. That's why she shows only to you her true smile. I don't deserve to see her true smile. She is the hope of all the people, their support. There is so much more for her to do. Why would she open up her heart to a mere artist like me? Oh, that feel, bro. Bro! Hey, bro. What are you doing here? What's up? Council of Elders of Shavat issued a decision. Tomorrow we will leave for Soylent. Soylent? That's in Solaris. Yes, and Sophia will be coming with us. That's ridiculous! The refugees are still increasing. We can't afford to have Sophia leave Nissan. And going to Soylent? That's plain foolish. It's too dangerous. What are the elders thinking? No, it wasn't the council's wish. It was Sophia's will. It appears that she expressed the desire herself. That can't be. What is she thinking? Originally, we talked about it just being us. Just us? Sophia! Sophia. Lacan, what are you doing? You keep back. I knew we couldn't leave Sophia in your care. I'll protect her, even if it costs me my life. Why don't you go get some rest, Crow? You haven't slept since the day before yesterday, have you? You shouldn't do that to yourself. I'm fine. It's not a problem. Look, I'll watch over her, so you go sleep. What will we do if you also fall ill? Do not forget you are the head of the Sex Military Forces. Okay, I suppose you are right. Is he gonna make it? Ellie, I am so sorry. It was my misjudgment that did this to you. I was terrified. It was like you could see right through me. Your eyes, that look. That was me that was being reflected back in your eyes. I was looking at myself, and thus painting myself. I couldn't stand it. So that's why. Oh, Ellie, what in heavens did you find inside of me? When you wake up, I think I will ask you that. On second thought, no. No, I don't want to burden you with my concerns. Besides, wouldn't be able to ask you. One look into your eyes and I can't say a thing. Wouldn't even be able to tell you how I feel. You are the sweetest person. Ellie! You are someone who cannot bear to see others hurt by your own actions. So you hold everything in and bear all the burden. If you get hurt in the end, you think that is fine. That's what I like about you. Stop. Don't say that. If you become just another human, everyone will... Humans aren't all that frail, you know? They don't need a symbol who is just appearances only. I believe that if you have a light in your heart, you can overcome any hardship. What I have been doing is simply showing people that such light exists in the hearts of everyone. I'm just a woman. And to fulfill my womanhood, I am prepared to throw away anything, even this position. I'm just playing the role of Sophia, but I am still me. I haven't changed. A cowardly, selfish crybaby. I am still the same. Could you live a lie like that and still be happy? I don't want to do that. Oh, Lacan, I want to live more honestly with myself. To be able to tell the man that I love that I do love him. And I don't care if I get hurt or rejected. You only have one life. I don't want to turn around later and regret not having done such things. Uh-oh. 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 Krillion was there the whole time. Do you think I'll let it in here? We are not their possessions. Man. Sophia, what are you doing? I am ending this. You won't need to fight anymore. So Krillion, please open your fist and with your open hand gently continue to hold the people, gently hold the people who will continue to live. You definitely see the point where Sophia was tired of being the symbol of a Christ-like figure, if you will. She didn't want that anymore. She says clearly, like, this ability that I have, that people see me for as a symbol, is in all of us, and we should be looking after our fellow humans. We should be loving thy neighbor, etc., etc. And I don't want to carry on being the symbol anymore. And she had that sadness in her that I think Lacan saw that. And he thought it was his own because of the way he is. Don't be foolish, we'll help you escape, so please stop. Thank you, Lacan, but sorry, there's no other way. Ellie! People support others to live. People support each other to live. That's what brings us happiness. So share that happiness and please, Lacan, live! I like the old-timey effect on the FMV too. Like 500 years ago, this FMV. She's not in the chair anymore and he tries to paint. We were sacrificed as pawns in order to protect their own authority. Sophia was... Oh my god, I love this part. I love so many parts of this game, but these are just some very formative parts of Xenogears that lay the path for all these things happening. Is this the ideal world we've been searching for? What have we been doing? Heading towards Sophia's ideals? Is this our salvation? This isn't fair. Sophia was sacrificed for those bastards. Sophia said, if you just have faith, the path to what you hope for will open. But look at reality. God didn't answer our prayers. Is that because we didn't have faith? Even if we didn't have faith, Sophia did. Why did she have to be sacrificed? Is God dead? Is he just not there? Maybe God never even existed to begin with. faith in God, do not look for it on the outside, for it is something one must build from within oneself. I see. That's it. If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create God with my own hands. Krillion. Sophia, please guide me. I will destroy all such false pretenses of love for you. We need to gather all our surviving comrades. Never beat them if we fight them individually. Let us create a country that can someday stand up against them. What are you going to do, Lacan? Ellie? I want to see Graph painting a picture. Look who it is. If only you had power, you could have saved her. See, this iteration of Faye, Lacan essentially was not too strong. Mostly just an art man. He put all his skill points into art like me. You want it, don't you? Unrivaled power? Don't you want to become the absolute being? Man, Myung really pulling all the strings everywhere. There. That's what I've sought after. But wait. It's not what I want. No. This is my very desire. Live. So this is where Faye's being held? He deserves it. Oh shit, look who it is! Let me prey on his weeping face, as if it were an idol. As if I would. Ugh. What is this? This little bastard. This is terrible. What a craphead! No matter what, this is going way too far. He's still alive? How could you possibly be? You're human too, aren't you? Darn. Faye? Oh, Faye? Crying. Huh? Midori, it's you. Don't scare me like that. Crying? Who's crying? You mean our friend Faye is crying? Angry. Hurt. He'll wake up soon. It's calling him. What do you mean? No, no, no. He'll grow into his cranium. You know. He'll grow into it, don't worry. Whoa. What the? Gah. Arg. Stop. Stop it. Faye? Dan. Midori. Run. Hurry. Run away. Yikes. So, somehow Faye is broken out of his stasis. He broke through his carbonite encasing. Faye took his gear Veltal and went in search of Zohar. We followed Faye's trail. Eventually, we arrived at the location where Zohar had fallen onto Earth so very long ago. Nothing could have prepared us for what we were about to see there. Her name is literally green. Laughed my ass off. Well, isn't that a common name? It's common enough that I've heard of it before and other places. What is that? This must be the place. Wait for me! Meanwhile, in Faye's mind, this is as far as you can come. From here on is my world. You can't enter. What do you mean? You're a subordinate, fake persona. That's why. A subordinate fake persona? Yes. He has part of my memories from back then. He has sealed away the very meaning of my existence. My drive, my motivation, my subconscious id. Because of that, I became a basic blank persona. And on top of that, I constructed a new persona based on my own experiences since then. That is what you are now. Him? You mean father? You called him father? He who never did anything for you? It was because of his cowardly behavior. If only he had been able to protect me. If he had done that, Mother wouldn't have died. Didn't my mother die right after I was born? What really happened to my mother? Tell me, Id. You don't need to know. You'll only disappear soon. Along with your basic persona, the coward. I'll rule my being through the power of the existence. Of course you don't know. But it is etched in my Metempsychotic... Metempsychotic memory. Your persona is fake, so you'll never stand on the stage of consciousness. Boss fight inside your own mind, let's go. You'll never be able to take charge of the memories from our past lives. I know the dreams and hallucinations. I've seen them many times. Them? I showed them to you on purpose. To break the seal, I chose to weaken the power of your existence. If your mental energy is weakened, I can become free to do as I wish. What? There are still things inside of you, which you haven't been shown yet. Huh? Someone's coming. It's probably your friends. They must have followed me. Where are you going? I came to re-establish contact with the existence. To tie together all the threads of your memories since ancient times, and then cut them off. And that is the fate of the contact. All is ready. It's time for the true awakening. A lot of awakenings happening in this stream. I will eliminate all those who were full of hypocrisy from the very beginning. Wait for me, id! DMAS says I'd make a Persona joke, but real Persona don't got shit on this. You just stay here and observe. What is this? Oh my god. Faye? This must mean this is Veltal's transformed appearance? Oh shit-o. So that was the Zohar, and what is this? Oh shit, it's id! Put Billy down! Don't make me shoot my dad at you, 'cause I will. That damage was not really impressive, Billy. Did that not work? Running a bit low on ammo here, Billy. Okay, Billy is taking a lot of damage. I wonder if I can activate infinite attack level with Doc. I don't think Bart has all his limit bricks, so he's probably not gonna get infinite attack level. And I think Cowbell told me that it's a random chance. It's just random if you get infinite attack level? Unsure. Will you please put Billy down? He really wants to kill Billy. Oh, the lower your HP, the higher the chances? I had no idea all these variables were happening. Actually, let me see if I can't do this. See how you like this, Id? I say that as if he didn't throw the Yggdrasil at me previously. As if he didn't pick up the whole fucking ship and throw it at Bart. That crazy son of a bitch, Id. But I would love to see Doc get infinite attack level. Wait, what's going on? Who is that guy? Who was that masked man? It was Wiseman. Are you okay? Wiseman Boulevard! Okay. I have to, please, you guys. So, let me... I can't help it. I can't help it. I have to do this. Oh, Deus, help me. Why am I like this? Okay, I'm better. I'm a little better now. I just had to have a fit, you know? I'm gonna put this up next time I stream Xenogears. Okay. For real this time. That was too good not to do. Thank you, Seven Ender. It's already too late! Assist me, for I am about to exterminate it. Zohar is Deus's core. The slave generators in Ether, it's the source of all their energy. After attaining its power, the freshly awakened id intends to annihilate this world. The contact with Zohar was meant to have been done after unifying Faye's true persona. So this wasn't supposed to happen right now, I guess? Or perhaps is id the true persona? Ha! Keep back! You again. You're always getting in my way. But I cannot be stopped by you. You who couldn't even protect his own wife and son? You cannot even bear to show your face to your son. That's why you wear a mask, isn't it, Khan? Son! That's right. This man is Faye's... No, I mean, my father, Khan Wang. Ugh! Psychic damage 1000. What happened to Faye? Id? Too bad. The new personality of Faye that you gave birth to, and all that work that your persona did to make him one perfect, unified whole has been wasted. He will be swallowed up by me. Maybe rephrase that, Id. I won't permit it. I will destroy you first. As if you could, sissy. Oh, shit! Mega burn! Mother died because of your cowardly behavior. And as a result, he ran away from that reality by entering into his memories. And now I continue my existence bearing all that hatred. You wouldn't be able to imagine what it's like. I wasn't simply working on unifying Faye's personality, you know. All that you and I feel, the sadness, hatred, even though he was also experiencing such things, Faye needed to be encouraged to build himself up in order to be able to comprehend all of this. Faye should be able to understand all of your feelings now. But now you want to erase the one who understands you? To kill Faye? What is it that you want? Why ask such a thing now? My purpose is the same as his. Total destruction. That and that alone. Is this world so bad a place that there is only hatred inside of you? You're the ones who made me this way. You and that woman. Admit it. Ugh! Faye, can you hear me? Please take this fistful of memories I am giving you. Become one with yourself and with me. Is his fist the divine Faye! Where did the real you go? Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Yes, this is inside id. A world filled with hatred and sadness. That's all that's here. Yes, now I understand, id. Why you hate the world? Why there is nothing inside you. Nothing. Nothing was given to you. Deprived of all the happy memories. And yet, it feels pleasant. It almost feels good. Now I get it. There's no need to resist. I was originally just an existence that was created as a cover to hide id. So it would be better to return to that place. What he's referencing is that, like, he became a persona, according to Jung. Again, like, the shadow self and the id and the ego is kind of like mismatched. As much as Carl Jung influenced it, they changed some things up for the flavor, I guess, you know. Added their own seasonings. Let's come together. Faye, to wipe away everything, including ourselves. Remember, were you not going to help Ellie? Oh, it's Doc! Ellie, that's right. Ellie! I've got to save Ellie. What's this place? What's he done now? He only called you in here for his own sake. This is inside the shell of your basic character. Room of the coward. I'm sure you've been here many times before. I see. I remember now. In my dreams. Everything despised and unwanted he pushed onto me, while he shut himself up in his own little shell, the coward Faye. So this is the personality of id talking to Faye about this one. Okay. Id talking to Faye about this kid right here known as the coward persona. The Faye persona, the id persona. Just if you were confused. The basis for our personalities. Who are you? Ah, you're my... Hey, let's watch this together. This is my most treasured possession. Ha! By repeatedly replaying the times he was full of happiness, he lives in his own happy little world. While I'm still alive, only because of what's in those leftover dregs. Here, I'll show you. Everything about me. Okay, it's gonna show us a movie. Ours was an ordinary family. A strict but reliable father. A kind and loving mother. Up till then, it was complete happiness. One day, Mother suddenly changed. She was like a totally different person. From that day on, Faye lost his home. Father was away often. He had some important work. When father was away from home, Faye was taken to a place with mysterious machines. I love this so much as a metaphor for trauma and how the mind does do this kind of thing in certain people and ways that you deal with trauma. I think they did pretty amazing with this. I have never in my life seen a game handle this like Xenogears. It's another reason this is one of my favorite games, is because this metaphor works so well on so many levels. Like the abuse that Faye goes through and how he tries to compartmentalize. Faye essentially tries to compartmentalize all the shit he's going through. The lack of his father being around, his mom seeming like a different person for no fucking, good reason. He didn't have answers. He was just a child with no answers as to why any of this was happening. And I think there's a huge allegory to being abused as a child here. Because as a child, he's gonna, follow what his mother wants him to do. He's gonna think, father's away, he's not gonna help me, Inside, there were many strangely dressed people. Again, I've seen, there's like Silent Hill 2, which does great with repressing and trauma and dealing with that, but I have not seen any game come close to the way Xenogears is able to portray this. Inside, there were many strangely dressed people. They're all executioners. Many types of probes were injected into Faye's body as to start some kind of experiment. Let you take that in. The test caused Faye much pain. Mom, help me! What are you doing? No! No! Mother didn't come to his assistance. Young Faye had no way of resisting. But he was able to endure. Eventually, the experiments became unbearable. Many people gathered around Faye. These people had high compatibility with the anima relics. This psychic contact with Faye was to force him to awaken. But no one could make contact with Faye. The power drawn out of Faye, regardless of his will, destroyed them all. This is unbelievable. Mother allowed this to take place? Psychic contact. What do you mean by awaken me? To awaken God, everything had to be in perfect order, with nothing lacking. Things divided in the past must become one complete whole again. Countless people died before Faye's eyes. Men, women, the old, the young, even demi-humans. Suffering, grief, fear, ecstasy, a variety of emotions and words lingered. Tumbled about Faye like broken dolls. It was a scene from hell. In front of Father, she acted normally, Faye tried to tell Father about Mother's strange conduct and experiments. Father's mind was taken up by his work. He didn't really listen. He thought it was just childhood fantasies. He didn't have enough to endure the pain much longer. Faye's subconscious discovered a way to escape from the trauma. He formed a separate persona to deal with things he didn't like, couldn't bear. He removed himself from out of harm's way. My role was to have all the things he hated forced upon me the moment they arose. From the time of my division from him, I was dominated by hatred. That hatred naturally turned into destructive impulses. I wanted to destroy everything. Mother, Father, the entire world. Finally, Father noticed Mother's odd behavior, but it was already too late. I had completely separated from that coward, my original self. Puppets were broken, and Faye's heart was too. What would make Mother do such a thing? Mother repeated the experiments to study the power she knew existed within me. Yes, that woman, Mother, was Myung. Well, we already know this from flashback we got where Ramses is like, if it wasn't for you, if you hadn't been born. That's a lie. No, it's true. Mother was Myung. Okay, Team S. That's right, Karen had become Myung. What is that you say? It's nothing special. Myung does not only host one body. Myung does not have only one host body. Yeah, the bodies are just vessels for her. Myung's roots are sealed in the genes of all women. Any one of them could become Myung. I love that concept. Just happened to be Mother's turn. Only Ellie was special, originally. No! Counterattack! Karen, Myung noticed that Faye's memory time axis had increased 2 or 3-fold. She then became convinced that Faye was the contact. Contact? Yes, I was the contact. That's why he called out to me. And why the time had come. Stop it! Cut it out! Dad! Dad? Mom! Help Dad! Hey, Mom! Why aren't you helping Dad? Dad's gonna die! Graf came seeking the power that exists within me, to return to his own body. You understand now, don't you? Graf is Lacan. We, his descendants who inherited his lingering thoughts and memories from him, know only too well. Divided 500 years ago, he would become a part of both of us. Lacan became Graf. He destroyed everything on the face of the earth. He then mastered how to possess the bodies of others by dwelling in their minds. He was probably enabled to do this after his contact with the existence. The bodies died, but Lacan's spirit continued living by possessing others. He had come that day to return his soul at last to the perfect reincarnation of his physical body, which is Faye. Father fought him, but he couldn't protect Mother or I. He pitifully fought on while coughing up his lifeblood. You notice they say lifeblood a lot? Graf made a mockery of Father, and Mother would not even help him when he needed her the most. As for their son, he could not take what was happening anymore. Liking all the anime cutscenes that we're getting in this part. He gave into his feelings and released his power, and as a result, Mother died. Mom! And he offloaded the results of his actions onto me. To avoid taking the responsibility for killing Mother, he used me as a shield. I also killed Mother. He pushed all the bad things onto me, but kept all the memories filled with happiness and Mother's love to himself. And he shut himself away with those memories inside his own little shell. Forever. This is the place. What you see before you is what he made. He just keeps hanging on to those memories. That's what this is. His little mind theater. Stop it! Just stop it! These scenes? Are these all there is to us? You guys are not gonna believe it. Right after that happened, the power cord to my monitor popped out. I'm not sure why. Okay. I see the problem here. What? For real? I don't even know how this happened. This must have happened after I moved my, like, headset cables around so I could stand up, and the headset cable pulled on the monitor and said no more. Okay. Okay, that's some sort of timing. This must be the work of an enemy stand. The enemy stand that doesn't want me to stream Xenogears? Okay, I after stream is up, I need to, like, restart my brain. But also, I need to look at my wire management because it has to be 50,000 tangles at this point. Enough already. Enough already. I need to hydrate. Enough already. There is nothing here. Just a world filled with deception and pain. It can't be helped. This is our world. This is everything. I was a fool. It was all my fault. I was so busy with my duties in Shavat that I hadn't noticed Karen had changed. I couldn't save you when you needed my help. Save me? Ha! Why bother saying such nonsense now? It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do now is to die by my hand. Urgh! Even still, I'll show you that I can save you. So Faye is watching from behind Id's eyes. I love how they did this. Like, you know, eventually you get a little annoyed with the fact that characters are just kind of standing in front of a screen explaining what happens, but I really like how this worked out. I really like how they imagined this whole setup. Like, it's so good that it went from that, and then you see that Faye is behind there. Stop it, Id! Father has done nothing wrong. I know. This one is the real culprit. Mother and father had no choice. Thanks. Pass it back to me. I'm playing with Mother. This is not reality. It's all fake. It's a trick. All of it. All of it. All of it. No. Get out. This is my room. I thought you would always be with me. Why won't you see reality? Happiness, sadness. Aren't these all parts that combine to make the whole? Why won't you show him? Why don't you also show Id what you always watch? No, that's mine. I love this part. I love this part. It's very human for us to go over and have flashbacks. You know, if you've had a traumatic event, it's likely you have flashbacks. It's likely you may have episodes where you're reliving something you don't want to relive. Well, then immerse yourself into the story of Xenogears, because I think it is somebody who doesn't have self-compassion either. It is just, you know, they're all fragments. They're all fragments of Faye with their own ambitions, you know? And I think the thing is, sometimes you don't want to like realize the part of you that wants to hold on to memories that are good, but there's also massive trauma. You know, he wants to remember the good times that he had with his mom before she changed and started abusing him and started, you know, using him as a test subject. Allowing him to go through traumatic things and just standing there and watching. Like, you know, he'd call out for her and she would just say nothing. She would just do nothing. She would just let it happen. She just let that happen. Imagine him wanting to hold on to the memories of her that he had before that. You know what I mean? Like, this story is just so fucking good from my perspective, from the perspective of somebody who studies psychology, and I'm very much into, like, just mental health in general. And learning about this and figuring out fucking humanity on a mental level. I'm also really interested in anthropology, but this hit all the good check boxes for me. And he goes, no, that's mine. I love that because there's a part of there's the inner child of yourself that does want to hold on to these memories and wants to actually make more of these. Your inner child is going to want to make more of those feel good special memories you had when you were a kid and growing up and stuff like that. And it's hard to have that for Faye, being as like he had that up until he was 4 years old, and then everything got fucked up for him, you know? I don't want to show it to the person who killed Mother. You should talk. You're the one who killed Mother. No, I didn't. You did. I did not kill her. Mother didn't care for you. Father didn't notice either. That's why you killed her. I didn't kill her. I didn't. I didn't. Knock it off. We killed Mother. It's no one's fault but ours. It's not because she became young, or because Father didn't notice. Don't look outside for the reason. Don't blame anyone but yourself. Yes, Mother was Miyang, and I know that you suffered. No one could have endured it. But you can't push it onto it alone. We are all one person. We must all become one, right? Faye? Cowbell, not now! No. No, not now! Walk on your own 2 feet. Face up to the reality that you don't want to see. So, I guess we're really gonna see. When you have the opportune time to reference the room, you know, I can't blame you. And who can? Can we also just acknowledge, for my sake, the fact that when we went into the area where the coward is, he was like, no, this is my room. Really makes you think. Really makes you think. You know? I didn't know Tommy Wiseau was part of the Xenoverse, but now I know. Yeah, we love Cowbell. Thank you, Cowbell. Cowbell is just a really funny guy who enjoys the RPGs that I do, and we get along like that. Show them to Id everything you took for yourself. So now Id will see everything. All the memories that he wasn't allowed to see, basically, because his memories were in his own room. And the coward's memories were in his own room. And, you know, the coward was not letting Id into that room. He's like, fuck you, you're the worst. You're the worst. You don't deserve these memories. You don't deserve to look back and have these feelings. And this is a great... okay. So that coward is the inner child. Id is a subconscious. Or from what I'm seeing, Id is the subconscious. Maybe the shadow self. I forgive me, they do switch things up that's different from Carl Jung. So it's hard for me to know if I'm being accurate to the Xenogears story, so I'm trying. But you know, they're in their own rooms, they don't share the memories with each other. And Id is, they are like a mask. He is a more formed personality. Id is a fully formed personality. The rest are not fully formed. You know what I'm saying? Ugh. Lies. That woman, this scene, all illusions he made up. My consciousness can see through this trick. I won't be swayed. That's enough. Doing that isn't going to solve anything. Mother saved us at the last moment. That is the truth, right? The reality isn't all grim, Id. I have a few questions concerning the fact that they just said Myung in the... So did Myung leave her body for her to be able to take over? And how did she do that without her being dead? Or what? Because she has to die. Myung has to die before she goes into a new body. So, what? Like, I love the idea that Myung, she can be in any woman, but guess what? She cannot self-destruct. She cannot self-delete. You know, she cannot self-delete. So, how did she leave Faye's mom's body? I think she left somehow, but how? But how? How? Like, just her own personality overcame the mother? I don't think so. That's never specified. That's not specified, okay? I really don't because that would mean hypothetically that when Ellie and Myung became one person again, that Ellie would and should, because she was Sophia in her past life, have the ability to overcome the Myung personality. Hypothetically, okay? Hypothetically speaking. Okay, I'm getting too hype on this, and let's just keep going. My power couldn't save anyone. It only destroyed. She's dying? Maybe that's close enough. Okay, but when she was dying as the previous Myung, she was still talking until she was actually for real, her body was actually for real dead, and then Ellie awoke off the fucking crucifixion. Right? Right? I thought that I could only make a connection with others through destruction. So I had to destroy it all. People, the world, even Ellie. No, that's not the case. We can save others just as our mother, despite being Myung, saved us. Okay, but how did she do it? Our power can save people. We can save Ellie. Okay, but that doesn't mean that his mom would have the power. You know what I'm saying? She's not, I hate to say it, but Faye's mom is not really special. She doesn't have like a recurring reincarnation like Faye and Ellie and the others do. You know? So, you know, she has not been in contact with the Zohar, right? Because that would, Let me just shut up and play the game. That's a first. Mother being so warm. To me, she almost seemed too warm. Faye, take the memories I have within me. You must know what it used to be like up until now. Know our identity, about who we are, then figure out what ought to be done. Our integration is not yet complete. Oh shit! This is a biblical Faye and Ellie. Abel, live! There's Emeralda. I just can't and over our child. Over to you. Live! Well, not only that, Trevi, that was like a literal Cain and Abel moment, so... Lacan, live! If God doesn't exist in our world, then I will create him with my own hands! Motherfucking Krillion! Sorry. I kinda love that moment. You know, the thing is Krillion he was learning to love, goddammit, he was learning through Sophia the ability to just kind of be at peace with yourself, you know? And this just fucked up his whole everything. What is this place? My execution site? Why do you turn on me? I thought we were friends. Who is it? Did I cause this? What has happened to me? Leihan moment. What have I become? Live. I will live. Even if I go to hell, I will live to the end of this world. And if the world does not come to an end, I will destroy it with my own hands. Faye? Faye? Who is it? Who's calling me? I am... her. What is this light? I reside in Zohar. I am the beginning and the end. The first and the last. Okay, so we get to meet God as a concept in Xenogears. And I love this part too. I fucking love this. I fucking love this. You will see that this is essentially meeting God as a concept. God? God? Some would refer to me as that. From a certain point of view, it is right to view me as such. But at the same time, I am not. I am also part of you. Part of me? I am defined by how people observe me. You are actually talking to a virtual version of me that you yourself create. I am your perception of me. Yeah, it's very interesting in that way. I don't understand what you're talking about. Who or what are you? In one word, existence. Existence? In actuality, I do not have a physical form. I am an existence of a higher dimension, a place you cannot perceive, but in terms you understand. It is a world where everything acts as kinds of waves. No, but I appreciate it, DMAS, thank you. I do need to hydrate. It is the source of this four-dimensional universe, the place where time and space is controlled, the fluctuating void, the wave existence. What does such an existence have to do with me? Long ago, a modifier, or a pseudo-perpetual infinite energy engine was created. That engine was named Zohar. That reactor was created by an ancient people from another planet to attain what is considered to be the ultimate energy possible within this four-dimensional universe. Eventually, those people that used that same engine to create the ultimate interplanetary invasion weapon, Deus. Zohar was used as its primary source of power. But the unexpected happened. During the connection test of Zohar with the newly completed Deus, the engine started to examine an infinite potential phenomena. Requiring energy, the engine connected this dimension to the higher dimensional space. As a result, that reactor merged or synchronized with the wave existence in that higher dimension. Me. I descended from the point of contact created by the machine through the path of Sephiroth, or the domain you are in right now, and incarnated in the four-dimensional world. After I advented to the four-dimensional world, in order to stabilize myself here, I had to exchange or materialize my form and enter into the modifier engine. In other words, I became bound in Zohar, the cage of fleshy existence. Since the time I was bound in Zohar, I've always wanted to return to my own dimension, and I came to a conclusion. I had to reverse the process I went through to arrive here. I must be released by the one who instilled within me a special feature of this dimension. The will. That one is you. Whose bright idea was it to hook up a super weapon up to an extra-dimensional being? I like to think of it as that they were like, we can use God as a never-ending battery, right? So they did it. That's how I see it. Like, in their terms, from their understanding, you know? It is allegorical. The God stuff is allegorical. This game approaches a near, like, Kabbalah examination and theorizing and just wondering about the nature of God on many levels. As a concept, as a religion, you know. The existence says you could think of it as, some would call me that, just based on their perception. Some would call me that. So yeah, our concept of God is this thing. That's what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Decided it was me, a special feature. Yes, I was given a special attribute of a human by you, the contact, when you observe me. I was given a mother's will. I'm sure you remember, after my descent, You had contact with the modifier engine. Okay, and so this is gonna go into like the psyche shit about how we kind of refer to mom as like the first god, if you will, hypothetically, because when you first come into consciousness, your existence is you and the people around you. You don't understand the difference between you and the people around you, right? You don't have, everything is you. When you're a little babby brain, everything is you. Everything is unified within you. But when you grow up, you have your own, you distinct from other people. You understand the distinctions between you and other people, and then you actually become into your own. Before your caretakers shape you as little baby brain, you know? I'm sure you remember, as my descent, you had contact with the modifier engine Zohar. As a contact, being but only a child, you defined my existence with your desire to return to your mother. Thus I came to prepare the mother's will. That will is Elheim. Ellie's disposition was influenced by me? Yes. My will was incarnated through a biocomputer, which was vital for Deus. After combining with me, the biocomputer evolved its functions, and that bioplant generated a central element. That is her. I was split by your contact. My physical form or flesh stayed in Zohar, while my will went into Elheim, and my power went into you. That's why I waited to unite with you, and now it's fulfilled. So it's a little confusing that Zohar couldn't just will itself. It needed to have a physical contact, or somebody or something had to approach this in order for it to make contact with it. That's it took me a while to understand this when I was younger. I was just like, "What do you mean contact? You are the contact." Well, it's because a bell in the ship, the Eldridge, came into contact with the Zohar, and it has a sort of wish fulfillment way of working. I don't know if this is because it's like, okay, now you can conceive of this, that, and the other. A child probably just wants to spawn in his caretaker. You know what I mean? They don't really have any sort of perception of anything else except their basic human instincts, is just to be fed and taken care of and cared for. Your natural instincts start to kick in. So, it created Elheim from Abel's wishes. That's where she comes from. My only remaining desire is to break this cage of fleshy existence. In order to do that, I must become perfect by combining with Elheim, as well as my other split physical form. So, still, the existence still needs all of these parts to come together to actually do anything, I assume. Like, it just has the ability, the will, but like you could, I don't know if this is like separate. Say I'm separating my willpower from my actual body, blah 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 blah. We could go on forever, but and if you think about it, in a metaphor, Deus is kind of like the human body with all these different elements: the spiritual, the persona, the ego, the id, all of that. The only way to return to my original dimension is to destroy this physical body. Okay, so Deus, the body, needs to be dealt with. In the four-dimensional world, Zohar is perfect, so in order to destroy Zohar, I need the strength that was attributed to you. Zohar can only be destroyed by the hands of the contact. What about Ellie? If Zohar is destroyed, what will become of Ellie? So yeah, you had to kill God. Yes, exactly, Trevi. And it's the way that Xenogears likes to theorize on God as the many different concepts that we have of God and all of that. I love that. Zohar and Deus are one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. So, the reason why Myung wanted to reunite all the humans together into the body was because of the inherent will of the Zohar. Okay? I haven't seen that before. I don't know. Stop it. Shut up. I haven't seen it before. Zohar and Deus are one. She is bound to the system by another's will to become one with me. In order to release her, it is necessary to destroy that very system that serves as the Deus weapon. However, having been created as a weapon, the Deus system seeks to unify itself with all of you for a different purpose than mine. So they all have the willpower to unify everybody for their own purposes. So it's kind of like your different personalities having their own agendas. Originally, her release should have been performed by me, the one who desires to return back to a higher dimension. But I am also bound to the system, just as she is, so I am unable to participate. So the rules in this dimension are different. He has to play by these rules. Why? Because that's how things work in this dimension. You are the only one who can release her from the spell. Just as Deus and I are inseparable, you and her are also inseparable. Alright, I'll destroy Deus and the Zohar modifier, and I'll save Ellie. You have experienced much loss and deprivation in your life. It is very tragic. Our contact and the resulting transference of power and will between you and I most likely played a factor in splitting your personality. I disagree. I can't blame anything or anyone besides myself. Regardless of what may have happened in the past, with the passing of time, the cause becomes more remote. It is the problem that comes from within myself that I myself must deal with. See, so you have managed to accept these tragedies, to tolerate all these things, to comprehend and find where you stand in this world. If you have succeeded to do all these things, I'm sure you will succeed in what awaits you now. To liberate all of us. Use the Xenogears. Destroy Zohar. Wait! There's more I need to ask you. The system is awakening. Ask her later. So I guess we had like a limited time to talk to God because Zohar modifier was charging up to start working. But Faye found where the Zohar modifier landed, and more than likely he was able to find it because he was drawn to it as a contact. And I guess just Graf was not able to do this. He wanted this unattainable power that he could never have because he was just a fraction of Faye as a whole. Okay. Oops. I do have 666 HP. I don't think about it too much, right? Not a bad omen or anything. Doc would lose his mind. Dad. Dad, are you okay? Dad, I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Faye? You've returned to your own self. You've become one. Yes, thanks to you all. If you hadn't called out to me. Urgh. Dad? Don't worry. This is good. This is, after all, Dad? You and I must become one! Huh? Graph? What's going on? I reached the limit of the body I possessed on that day 3 years ago. I required a body that would tide me over until your true awakening. That is why I acquired the body of your father. Regardless of your awakening, your merging, and the inherited memories you had acquired, there was no way for you to know of this, since you lost your memory at that point. At the point in which I merged with your father. Impossible. What about Wiseman? What about father? Of course they were just parts of me. I couldn't hold on to Khan totally. His ego was far stronger than I imagined. My control weakened. He showed himself to you as Wiseman. So, Graph equally has split parts of himself for his own reasons. But also, he was able to more or less possess Faye's dad because his physical body was weakened. And of course, we have no idea who he possessed prior to Faye's dad, if he did at all. Wiseman was Graph the whole time. Yep, all those times where you would see Id show up and then you would see Wiseman show up. But, you know, Id and Graph showed up sometimes. But it was hard to say. Wiseman was a lot more elusive. Ah, you have awakened. This body is now useless to me. Now I must return to my original body, the reincarnation of my body that you inhabit. Stop it! Dad! I hear you, Faye. You see, he and I are one. I am Khan. Khan is me. He has become one with me. So you too should open your heart and unite with me. See, Khan is there, but he's like he's in the room, watching the screen through Graph's eyes, and he's just like, no! Then we can go on to eliminate everything. No! I can't allow you to control me. Protecting your master. Then so be it. I'll merge with both of you. Both you and your machine then. Now come, Faye. Fight me. It's no use. I know you're Lacan, and that you're part of me. But that doesn't change you being my father. I could never really fight you. You're so naive. Why don't you understand that your naivety is what killed Sophia? What killed your mother, Karen? I already know that. That's why I swore to never run away again. That I must rescue Ellie. So don't get in my way. Wake up. Open your eyes, father. Lacan. If that's the case, then fight me. Fight me. I can't. Look how Graph and Faye's gear is in full 3D, but Bart and Doc's models are in 2D. Oh, there's Billy's gear too. Since you are so unwilling to fight, I believe I'll have to use them as bait. Stop it. Don't we have the same memories? Can't you also remember that sadness you felt way back then? Why then? Why must you destroy everything? If we stop Deus, won't this all be over? You still don't understand, even after your contact with the existence. I came to understand, after my contact with the existence, that even if Deus was destroyed, as long as humans still inhabit this land, Myong, Elheim will be born time and time again. Then all living things may as well perish along with Deus itself. That's the only path to freedom. The path to release us from the eternal circles of life, or cycles of life, the tragedies of history, and the spell of fate. Once I awaken Deus as a weapon, I'll obliterate all living things. Wait a second. You wanted to awaken Deus as a weapon? And go out into the universe and just start cosmically destroying everything? Then I'll use your awakened self in that machine to return everything to nothing. That's what I concluded. Myong and Elheim are not just Deus's mouthpieces. That woman is its main body. Why can't you see that? It's not true. She gave her life for me by shielding me from harm. Her eyes weren't Myong's. Mother came back at the last moment. Myong, Mother, even Ellie, we're all humans born on this planet. Deus doesn't matter. So the idea is she got in touch with her humanity to save him? Is that what we're calling it? You'll see. I will bring Ellie back. Father, no. Graf, Lacan, if you won't back down, never, then I have no choice. Time has come to truly become one. True Veltal. Well, I don't have id mode anymore. Can't help but notice that Graf's actual attacks now are just not really, like, doing much damage. Oh shit, we got new combos. Xenogears is guaranteed to enter attack level infinity. I think I did know that. Like something that, like, stays in you instinctively. There we go. $7,800. Ugh. Ugh. Why don't you finish me off? If you don't get rid of me, then you cannot get what you want. It's alright, Dad. I understand. You are not Graf. You are my father. You and Graf are one. Your will and purpose never change. I knew that once we fought. But let's stop now. Our objectives should be the same. It is the same as our becoming one. We don't have to fight. Ah! What? My body. Zohar is after you. The last piece to combine with Deus' system. It seeks to unify with you. The first to have been divided from it. What? This is what Lacan wanted all along. After all, I'm an imperfect existence. It was inevitable that it would come to this, considering what had happened in the past. Lacan's imperfect secondary contact with the wave existence split his personality into two. Eventually his body died, but the original Lacan transmigrated, bringing the destiny of becoming a contact with him. He was reborn as your present body. The remaining persona, just his desires, lived on separately by possessing the bodies of others. Okay, so that's how that worked. That is Graf. That is me. I may have inherited Lacan's will, but I'm not the same as the contact Lacan. It is impossible for me to make real contact. There would be no true melding and release. Even though our bodies may be different, I am still half of you. That fact remains. Although I am imperfect, I can merge temporarily with Zohar, and thus may be able to buy you some time. This is the only way I can be one with you. This is all I can do. Deus' system will start to look for you again. Before then, you have to destroy the newly perfected Deus and Zohar modifier. Suddenly I can't talk. You're the only one that can destroy the physical barrier that encases God's body. Why was that again? Because contact. Dad! As you said, that was Karen. Through many generations, Myung is beginning to break free from her bounds. Now that Elheim has merged with Deus, she has all of her memories back. All the memories from her original birth as the contact's complement, up to her current transmigration. That includes all of the lives she has lived as Myung and her substitutes over the centuries. And of course, that includes your mother's memories too. Mother's memories? Faye cut away all the binds on mankind. You should be able to do that now. Save her and all the other women bound with her. Begging you, Faye. What's this? This pendant. Is this Sophia's? Or my mother's? It's nothing. I'm just talking to myself. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused everyone. Thank you all so much. Anyway, let's get going. There's little time left now for me and for our planet. What is this place? This is where it all started. This is our genesis. You thought we were done? You thought? No. Humans were born here. Long ago, Deus crash-landed on this planet in an interplanetary colony ship. In order to revive itself someday, Deus detached the Zohar modifier's core. Zohar modifier is the thing that the wave existence is in. After this core unit came down here, a single woman awoke and arose out from it. And of course that was Myung. She's the mother of all humanity. After she awoke, she used her power to bear several beings. These would become the ancestors of the whole of humanity. These were the Emperor and Gazelle Ministry. Wait a minute, okay, so the original mother gave birth to Gazelle Ministry and Cain? Okay, what about Abeldo? Finally, she gave birth to replicas of herself to be humanity's caretakers. Okay, so after she gave birth to the Gazelle Ministry and Cain, she gave birth to replicas of herself. Okay, okay. Two selves, the human mother and the weapon. The subject and the complement. That is Ellie and Myung. I, the sole survivor from that colony ship, met Ellie. Faye was the one survivor from the ship. How? He was a Bell. The little kid that you see in the ship in the cutscene, that is a Bell. I'm gonna guess that's the first iteration of Faye, which made contact with the Zohar. Everything started from there. The land of Genesis. Catamony. This is that place. Yeah, but Faye, even with your shared fate with Deus, do you have such ancient memories? Usually human memories cannot be passed down through generations. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Are you guys ready? Are you ready? Because here we fucking go. Humans do not normally have the ability to compress and store memories in their introns. But Ellie and I, and Myung, are different. Due to our connection with the wave existence, that is, due to Zohar's ability to change possible phenomena, we can clearly store data in our introns. In other words, we can leave behind memories to be inherited by our descendants. Just as the wave existence is bound inside of Zohar, the information is affixed to me, so to speak. by some of the power of that wave existence. Then this is the form from when Ellie and Myung were still one being. This is the first woman of our world. Our mother. So I just want you guys to understand that God put memes in our DNA. And it sounds like a shitpost, but that's essentially what it is he put memories into our genetic material, which, what do we call that? A meme. A meme is something passed down and passed down. Mimetic. Things that are mimetic are like your accent, for example, which can be changed. Maybe not completely from one accent to another, but it can definitely be changed. That is just one example. The memes jack. God put memes in our DNA. Put them in the introns. God's got a sense of humor, all right, as a certain snake would say. Anyways, so if we destroy that Zohar thingy, everything will be over, right? Yes. The source of our ether powers and the source of power that make the generators for our gears work, it all comes from the Zohar modifier engine, which can control any potential phenomena. Any of it. If we destroy it, Deus and the Seraph Angels will all be deactivated. It can destroy any phenomena. Think about it. What does that mean? It can destroy any phenomena. I'm sorry, I'm having like, I don't know, galaxy brain ideas now. We should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon system as Myung. And then we should also be able to free Ellie, who has become bound to the Deus weapon system as Myung. Okay, so she become bound to it because she turned into Myung. Right, Faye? Yeah, that's what the wave existence said. But then there is a downside. It will also mean that we will no longer be able to use our gears or our ether powers anymore. What are those Seraph Angels all about anyway? The odd appearance as if they lack something. As if they were neither living beings nor mere weapons. Zohar senses the human consciousness and incarnates the Seraphs. Okay, this is a part that always kind of was a gray area for me. Human consciousness. Zohar itself involves the principle of uncertainty. Let's say that again. Zohar itself involves the principle of uncertainty. The observer's perception of Zohar determines the entity it actually becomes. It's just of what our perception of God is. In other words, I believe that those angels are incarnations of the spirits of people. Ah, shit, their spirits are trapped in the angels. That's... holy shit. The people who have been absorbed by Deus to become parts of it. So what merit is there for them to gain in eliminating all of civilization? Is it some kind of hatred for those humans who have survived? Of course not. Those people who were created and assimilated as parts for Deus would not have such intentions. Try to remember what Ellie said when she became Mion. The creation of God will someday be a hindrance. The creations of God, meaning the humans. That is why they must be eliminated. Yes, that is why Merkava is being used to begin the destruction. But Deus is not following its programming of exterminating all of civilization. The Seraphs, which are terminal interface weapons of Deus, are using their bodies composed of nanomachines to absorb massive numbers of people regardless of whether they are dead or alive. It is not discriminating between the mutant and non-mutant people. This is highly peculiar. The fact that the people who are meant to be destroyed are being taken in as well. That is the absolute opposition of what it is supposed to be doing. Maybe there aren't enough parts. That is unlikely. Aside from those bodies that were destined to be parts for it, Deus, who has already acquired the ability of the nanomachines, can just about use any material to construct its body. It is obvious. It has other intentions in mind. Those intentions Krillon called Deus the Mother. If God is the Mother, then those motives are coming from the Great Mother, impeding the growth of its own child, enveloping it, to bring the child back to the womb to become one with it. That is the motive. Such a program does not exist within its design. It was probably given this unique will by someone, either from Ellie, who has merged with the Deus, or Faye, perhaps? Either way, it doesn't change the fact we have to fight. Regardless of what their intentions are, the problem is how we're supposed to deal with them. You think we can do it in our current state? This secret battleship, Excalibur, will also take part in the final battle. Additionally, the military potential of all the surface forces will assemble here. Even if we can put together a massive force, we still have the problem with the main armament of the Merkava. We need to know how to take that out. As long as we don't do that, Merkava's ultra-long-range cannon has the ability to vaporize any substance. On top of that, they have a barrier around their perimeter that nullifies all attacks. We fought against the Merkava many times to try to stop its onslaught. However, we cannot even get close. Hence, we have to withdraw every time. Look at Bart shrug! Faye in the foreground. Damn it! No matter how much we want to save Ellie, if we can't get inside the Merkava, it's meaningless. To add to that, there's the problem of those Seraphs. They function as the terminal interface's weapons for close defense. There's gotta be a better way to word that, Sigurd. I can easily say that their attack power is equivalent to the Omnigear class. They even have the regenerative ability due to the nanomachines. Maybe we should have, like, also looked into nanomachines, because Krillon really has the upper hand with that shit. And again, we're going back to memes and nanomachines. Don't be concerned about that. I was able to obtain some data from Xenogears. Well, I'm glad you were able to obtain some data from it, because I've been trying. I've been playing this game this whole time and trying to obtain some data from it. You see, Xenogears has mutagenically evolved due to its contact with Zohar. Using that data, all of their new gears ought to be completed soon. Additionally, All the other weapons and armaments are being modified to implement the disassembler device. Yeah, exactly, Billy, exactly. Disassembler device? In contrast to the nano-assemblers, which create matter to repair with, the disassemblers have the ability to dismantle or destroy matter. They can even deactivate the nanomachine's restoring ability by disengaging their repair program. So, you know, we're reprogramming the nanomachines to not be able to regenerate. You know. Nanomachines, son. This should be sufficiently effective even against the Deus's Seraphs. Alright, even if we can deal with the angels, just how are we gonna deal with that Merkava? We can't even get close to the thing. There's no such thing as a perfect defense. There is a way. I feel like Doc is remembering a certain something. Merkava's main gun requires a 1.2 second interval to reload because of its tremendous output. Oh my god. Doc. I guess he just... No. Okay, I just realized something. He had access to the Raziel, so he probably does know this. And he was probably able to, you know, learn about Merkava and the Eldritch and all that through Raziel. Upon firing, although it is only sectional, there will be a portion of the barrier that will be opened. There is a 1.87 second delay before the barrier reforms in that area. If we can use this window of time to target and destroy that cannon, it will be possible to close in on it. If we can get close enough, we can break through with the gravitational spatial correction. Well, this is the rough idea. Unfortunately, we don't have such a long-range cannon that could acquire a target in such a brief time frame. So what are you saying is, we need to shut that annoying cannon up, right? You want to go ahead on into Merkava? Now you're being reckless again. That's suicide. No, listen. We're not going to just rush in. The Yggdrasil 4 and the Excalibur are also equipped with barriers. That's what we'll use. Although only for a short time, we can withstand a direct hit from Merkava's main cannon. Then we can close in and watch for that part of the barrier to go down and then destroy the cannon. How long will our barrier last? About 20 or seconds or so. That's all? Wouldn't matter how fast we fly. In that amount of time, we'll be without a barrier before we can get within firing range again. And those numbers are valid only if the generator is at full drive, right? We can only get those numbers if we sacrifice all other output and propulsion. I'm not suggesting we go in with guns blazing knowing we're gonna lose. We're going to physically put a lid on it. Directly. As you've said, the Yggdrasil 4 or Excalibur's barrier can't sufficiently defend against Merkava's attack. At least with one generator, that is. Meaning we can defend against the Merkava with twice the amount of time. 40 seconds. If we couple the two generators together, this way we can make it into the heart of Merkava. Then what about the propulsion? Just hear me out. this is what we do. First, we transform my Yggdrasil into heavy assault mode and load it onto the Excalibur so we can couple the generators. By doing that, we can reduce the energy usage down to just supporting the hull of the ship and generating the barrier. This will allow most of the energy to be devoted to generating the barrier. Next, shift the barrier to full front and focus it to a single point where their main cannon will make its strike. Now for movement. First off, we develop a barrier by engaging Excalibur's generator to maximum power. For propulsion during that time, we'll install in the Yggdrasil those large solid rockets we got from the ruins of the Mass Driver. When did this happen, Bart? When did we just get rockets from the Mass Driver? When Excalibur's barrier expires, we'll use the Yggdrasil 4's generator to develop a barrier. Then we'll also detach the solid rockets and shift the Excalibur into conventional flight. Using this method, we can get right into Merkava's face. After it fires, it'll be defenseless. During this time, we'll block the muzzle of Merkava's cannon with Excalibur's bow ram, upon which we should have about 0.65 seconds. With the cannon fire of the Excalibur, we'll destroy the Yggdrasil 4 slave generator and incapacitate the Merkava along the way. And then we break through. That's what the plan is all about. We spent okay, I do have to say, this part of the game, I'm like, you guys spent all this time showing me how we're gonna break through this fucking magical barrier. But meanwhile, a couple of scenes that we saw was just Ramses standing in front of a fucking screenshot. But whatever. The combination of the barriers on both ships, storming the Merkava, the timing of the cannon fire with the Excalibur, these are all going to be crucial. Mess up any one of these and the consequences are going to be severe. Hence, it'll be necessary to have both crews in sync with each other. That's why I'd like to place Sig in command of the Excalibur. I have no qualms with that. What do you think, Queen? Will you lend us your battleship? Since there appears to be no other alternative, let us go with that. Please use it as you see fit. But we are not cutting it uncomfortably close. When you calculate the arrival time and the barrier generation time, you will see what I mean. One minor mishap will put us in a situation where we could run out of a barrier power before our arrival. Also, we will be devoting both generators to keeping the barriers up. Won't that leave us without perimeter defenses? We won't stand a chance if we get engaged by the Seraph Angels on our way to Merkava. We'll hold them off. You can count on us. It's the only part of the game that I really feel like they're overhyping this right now, because like all the other shit was really hype, and now it's like, oh my god, but the barrier, we don't know. You guys just concentrate on taking out that main cannon. Thanks. We're depending on you. Already everywhere else has been taken out. This is the only place that's left. This is going to be the true final battle. Thanks for acknowledging that, Faye. I really appreciate it. And then here we go. We get to sit in front of a screenshot. I just feel like instead of spending all the time explaining it to us, they could have showed us some cutscenes of the stuff. We set out to silence God's Ark, Merkava, which was the epitome of offensive and defensive power, and then storm inside it. We initiated the operation to destroy Zohar. Okay, here we go. Here we go. So we got all that build up for this cutscene. Just want you to know that. Yggdrasil is firing. Well, God's gonna be mad. That can't be! A secondary explosion. Oh no! I should have known better. What a miscalculation! The explosion was too big. It reacted with the main condenser right under the main cannon and induced a secondary explosion. How could I have been so stupid? I don't see why this had to happen. How could I be so careless? Why did I not realize it sooner? This means we might have... Oh no! Ellie! Oh my gosh! Ellie! What was that writing? Oh my gosh, Ellie! We could have killed her! Oh my gosh, Ellie! What is it this time? You know, your metaphor is pretty good there, Zetaslow, and their defense is game. Particularly this part is the equivalent of submitting your assignment 2 minutes before the deadline. Hey, Satan, what more is going to happen? Something is happening in the center of Merkava. What could it be? At that time, the earth quaked and shook. And from the location where the Merkava crashed, a giant object appeared. This is the part I would have wanted to have been animated and shown to us. It was Deus's final form. The Merkava was merely the vessel itself. This is the thing that came out of it and did the big shockwave thing. Deus evolved through the use of Krillion's nanomachines into a planetary-scale weapon and had began terraforming. It was attempting to convert this entire planet into a weapon. We retreated back to the base at the snow plains to form a new strategy. We decided to go back into Deus. Time was running out for us. I would have liked to seen like, yes, you get to see Deus come out of the Merkava and you get to see it like shoot a little laser and you see but I would have liked to seen just more of that and more of the characters like interacting with that actually happening. You know what I'm talking about? Like more of that being something you can interact with. By the way, we can finally control our characters once more. It's unfortunate they ran out of budget time for this, but I'm glad the finished product is at least a complete game. Yeah, I feel like some you know, the rushing and everything, a lot of it was cut short. And that goes from everything from the game itself into, you know, its parts. The writing, the music, the how much they wanted to do, how much they wanted to animate, how much they, you know, every element of that, every element of Xenogears was affected because of that. You know, it wasn't just, it wasn't just, you know, I guess, like the ending so much as everything was affected, but the ending much more so than everything else. Square wanted to kill it at the end of disc 1. That makes sense. Because it's Xenogears, it's its own, you know, IP. And if it had been Final Fantasy, they could have given it 5 discs. They could have topped. They could have became even more godly if this had been a Final Fantasy game, but it wasn't. You know? This could have been a much more phenomenal thing, but because it was not Final Fantasy, it wasn't one of the big cash cows, Square was like, nah. We gotta, you know, we have much bigger fish to fry than Xenogears. So, that's unfortunate, but it is the way that things happen, you know, with a developer versus the big boys in the big suits. Unfortunately. Most definitely, Trebi. Most definitely. It's unfortunate it wasn't given the budget of the Final Fantasy games, but it was also really fucking rushed. It was a... Well, I don't know if Final Fantasy could have been this. Like, if this was a Final Fantasy game, like, imagine the outrage. There was enough outrage from it being Xenogears, but imagine if this game was actually a mainline game and then it just, like, never got made. Because the shit they tried to do with it. It's the equivalent of Disney can't make that. There's no way that could be a Disney movie. You know what I'm saying? This is why fucking Square and Disney got together, because they both were like, ah, my cash cow, my beautiful cow, my beautiful. And then no, I didn't. Please, I didn't hear about Tango Gameworks. I haven't been into the game news a lot lately. I'm very discouraged from learning about it. I hate to say that I kind of, like, dipped out of learning about video game companies and all that, like, for a year or so now. I've just completely closed the fucking door on that. We thought it was crazy back in the day, but it all makes sense now. I mean, we've known for a long time that Coca-Cola and Disney own so much of our planet, and, you know, that's probably also a statement that is made in Final Fantasy VII, which, they really watered down now. Like, no offense if you enjoyed the remake, fantastic. That's fucking great for you. Happy times, but it's just become this really, like, Disney-fied, like... I know we're going back to the same core, and I guess that's because we're discussing why it's better Xenogears was Xenogears and not a Final Fantasy VII. You know? Hi-Fi Rush has a Xenogears reference in it, doesn't it? From what I've heard. A lot of things are Disney-fied because it's safe, and that means you can sell it and put ads on it. I think this is another reason why I myself like more, I guess I'm gonna say extreme stuff. And I'm not trying to say boo-hoo political correct. What I'm trying to say is, if they can't put an ad on it, they're not gonna, a lot of places aren't gonna touch it, aren't gonna sponsor it, aren't going to publish it. Do you understand? Publisher. So, I think this is another reason why it's fantastic. There are indie devs. I think it's fantastic. There's people out there who want to have their own original voice put out there and not you know, Frankenstein by the CEOs, by the market share, by the testing group, you know? It's the case with a lot of things. A lot of popular franchises want to be franchisable. And we could sit here forever talking about how, like, He-Man was a cartoon that was basically a commercial to sell He-Man figures, toys and shit like that. But a lot of that, yeah, is into the go recycle back into the consumerist thing. And so, you know, we have movies now that are just what do they call them? They're just like tent poles to make a giant Marvel universe. You know, they're just built to connect to each other and connect to each other and connect to each other. They're not meant to be an independent work of art, because that's kind of, I hate to say it, that is the basis that is the basis of such consumerism, is to be able to do something like that and make it marketable. That's why I love the horror genre so much too. That is a huge reason why, because innately by being a horror concept, it is not a family-friendly, marketable type shit. It can be marketable, but a lot of people are going to shy away from wanting to be near it or look like they're supporting it because it's horror, and that is like an icky thing we don't want to touch or acknowledge, you know? But horror is such a great way to approach things like trauma. A lot of horror stems from a lot of our own social anxieties as humans, you know? It really taps into the primitive, oh fuck, you know? This is why I want more anthology series, separate but related enough to have the same audience. I mean, that's totally fine if that's what you like. I think us continuously sticking to something and trying to remake it looks at Hollywood. You know, like that's all it is it's just a name anymore. You know? And then after it's just a name anymore, I just kind of begin to stop caring. I love Final Fantasy series because they're not like, they don't rely on each other to exist. You can play 1 or you can play 10. And the order doesn't matter. You're not, you know what I mean? You're not committed to the entirety of it. There's just common things. There's not like a Zelda timeline, which also I don't believe in the Zelda timeline. Hashtag unbeliever. I don't believe in the Zelda timeline. It is not real. The government's been lying to you. Games usually chase the high of 90s and 2000s gaming. That's because nostalgia is very marketable. The fact that they are tapping into the nostalgia of the people who probably have money more than the other people who don't have money. As far as like the consumer is concerned, if you wanna, you know, hit them in the wallet, you hit them in the nostalgia. I don't understand why there even is a timeline. I assume most of the games were unrelated, and that's the best way to enjoy them. I don't know who decided that Zelda needed a timeline, because it's supposed to be like, yeah, there are some recurring elements and stuff, like Final Fantasy. Like, you know what? You're gonna see a Moogle, you're gonna see a Chocobo, you know? But it's not the exact same legends over and over and over again in a continuum. The timeline serves zero purpose in and out of lore. Yeah. The timeline is the order of release. That's right, goddammit. And it will continue to be so. You know, Castlevania does have a kind of make sense phenomenon, make sense timeline of the phenomena and stuff. However, I think later on down the road, it kind of gives in and throws the towel in with that and whatever. With the Soma shit, I like Soma. No, I'm not talking shit against my man Soma. Okay, this is a pro Soma stream, but that's when it gets whack, in my opinion. That's when Castlevania Timeline becomes whack. And I don't care about it anymore. Like, timeline doesn't matter. Timeline doesn't matter anymore. The timeline is based on which Zelda games you like best. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you. You know why? Because we conceived it in our mind, and the way of existence was like, exactly, because you perceived it like that. It actually is that way. I read Soma as Keanu when I read his out. Don't make me think of Keanu Reeves with a Soma wig on, because I can't imagine it, actually. I can picture it. It's kind of a shame because I really feel like they could have done a lot more with the concept of Soma, but you know what? I digress. That's just the way a lot of shit is handled. As far as how it used to be handled a little more with care, I would say. Like, in care of building a character's personality and stuff and who they are. I mean, Alucard is just the son of Dracula, but like his purpose and his will, his backstory with like how his mother's death affected him, how he chose to live his life. I love that shit. I love it. And also, we finally just got control of the game back, and I've just been spending it here, just fucking talking while just standing here this whole time. Finally gets control of the game, goes on a rant for 2 hours. Fallen Star. 666 HP. Alright, let me, take a look-see. The other day I saw a review of Arya and was like, this dude can't go 5 seconds without asking questions. Bit, you randomly warped and told you are inside a vampire's castle. You're gonna tell me you don't have questions? I'm gonna have quite a few questions. But, I mean, but, you know, I don't also think that because I was born that the day that Dracula died, that clearly I am the reincarnation of Dracula. And my name is Graham. That part was so silly to me, like, I still can't... Why did they put that in? Why did they make Graham say, oh, I was born when after Dracula died. I'm reincarnation. Whatever, my dudes. Get that Xenogears back up there. Dude. Reading Xenogears out loud just destroys my voice. But I've been really enjoying it. Like, this whole stream had so many good parts that, like, the nostalgia overload for me, and being able to revisit these parts with a slightly more grown-up mindset, and able to understand how Faye was processing his trauma, you know? In a way, it was nice to revisit that as an adult who has gone to therapy and has dealt with my own psyche and stuff like that. I feel like I got a little more out of it when I played it this time, you know? And that's something I love about Xenogears. So we're very close to the end. We have a few side quests to do. There's some items we can get. And there's a few extra things we can see. I'm not sure how long that will take. Probably I can do all of that in one stream by itself. There's a lot of text, but it's nice to hear it read out, so I appreciate the effort. Oh, no problem. I'm more than glad to be able to share Xenogears with you guys. This game was hugely influential to me, and just the way I question things, Xenogears kind of helped me ask those questions to myself and about reality and philosophy and all of that stuff. So I'm glad that I played it when I was younger and was introduced to these concepts, you know? Alright, let's see who is live. Sarzak is live with Castlevania Mondays. We were just talking about Castlevania. I believe he's playing Castlevania the arcade, and I haven't seen that before. I have no idea what that's about. But I am looking forward to the end of Xenogears because we're going to be playing Breath of Fire 2 next. That's also one of my favorite games. I only know of the name of Castlevania Arcade. No idea what that's about. And we're going to be playing the version that Cowbell sent to me. He sent me a legitimate copy to play for you guys that I'm looking forward to. So if you guys can give Sarzak some love, please. He's a good friend. He's a good guy. He loves Castlevania. He likes Sopranos. We could really get along with this guy named Sarzak. So, enjoy the rest of your day, night, evening, morning, whatever time it is in your time zone currently. Thank you guys for joining me for this stream. As always, I appreciate it. Now you take care of yourself, and seriously, I mean it, take care of yourself. Okay? It's important. Alright. Be good to each other.